already here, but why we take the few minutes to take announcement, please, let's also ensure to get, but why we every other person in this classroom. Now, first of the announcement I would like to take is that the provision we have here is only for 100 participants. So if we have this whole field 100, we might not be able to accept more, but we have provision in the WhatsApp, YouTube. So you could join us on YouTube, and I'm getting the link and sharing it. So the YouTube is inexhaustible. So in case you try joining on Zoom and you have any challenge, please kindly use the YouTube, and the YouTube link is now in the chat room. So I've just posted the YouTube link in the chat room. That's the live class. So in case you have any challenge joining us from, the Zoom, kindly use the YouTube link. Then secondly, please, let's be reminded that this is a free workshop for everyone who is interested. And it's going to be an all-day program. That's from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., 10 a.m. West African time to 5 p.m. West African time, with 2 breaks in between. So we are going to have 2 sections from 10 to 2 o'clock, then we'll go for break. And then when we return from break, we'll go from 3 to 5, and then we'll be done for the day. All right. Okay. Another important announcement I would like us to have in mind is the objective of this training is strictly to help participants build capacity towards having good strategic planning advantage for their career and businesses. So if you are looking at having to master the art of strategic planning and then applying it to your career or your business for growth, then this workshop is for you. Last year, we looked at different aspects of businesses. We looked at strategic planning, then we looked at strategic planning towards marketing, strategic planning towards HR issues, strategic planning towards business development. But this year, we are going to be looking at more of a strategic planning, having the overview. Then we are also going to have strategic planning towards organizational capacity assessment. And then we'll have formulation of policies, formulation of goals, visions, and objectives. Then we'll also have developing key performance indicators. And then another wonderful thing we are going to be doing is that we are going to be doing the assessment, strategic planning and analysis ourselves using different tools that will be brought to us. Now, the program is completely free. Certification is upon request. Essentially, this training is for our members, IPM members, but for any other person who is not a member, you are welcome. Now, the training is completely free. Then if you want the certificate, then it's only available upon request. For members, it is 7,500 Naira. For non-members, it is 10,000 Naira. For members, is $20. For non-members, is $28. I appreciate $28, $27. Right. And we're only having from now till next weekend, Saturday, to process all the certificates. Please note, the certificate is only going to be e-copy, soft copies, not hard copy. All right. So we will make it in such a way that if you want to print, please, you can comfortably print from your own end, but we are not printing hard copies, please. Okay, we are not printing hard copies. So far, so good. We have 27 people with 3 people or 4 people in the waiting room. So I trust that before we round up with this announcement, we'll have a good number for the facilitator to begin. Once again, if you have any challenge with your WhatsApp, sorry, with your Zoom, kindly use the YouTube channel. I've updated the link for the YouTube. I'm updating it again. So kindly use the YouTube link in case you have any challenge viewing on Zoom. All right. Now we are also making the records available. That's for those who will be going for the certification. We'll be uploading the recorded videos for you. And then if you're on YouTube, you just get it there. So with or without payment, you get the YouTube versions there. All right. Okay, now quickly, let me run through what we have on the screen. Now, important note is that this is a professional development class and not a seminar. So professional ethics are expected from all participants. Ensure to mute your mic when necessary and or mute when necessary. Each class session will last at least 2 hours, 30 minutes. Then we'll go for a break. And then each participant is to mute their mics to avoid distractions. If you must give us a voice, please ensure that you have a comfortable environment to speak from. We will not want to have much noise from the background as you speak. Then another important message we need to have in mind is that questions are only permitted after the class, except by the facilitator's discretion. If the facilitator wants to take questions in between, that's it. But if the facilitator is not taking questions in between, please ensure to have your questions asked after the class, or you could put the questions in the chat room so that we can read it out to the facilitator after a section. Materials are available. Please, materials will be given to you, all the people that are going for the certifications, you have your materials alongside, so there is no extra cost to it. The certification is only available upon request. What are we expecting here today? We're expecting quality delivery. By the end of the day, it's expected that you should be able to apply what you've learned in your own personal life and in your own business. You should be able to develop a strategic plan. You should be able to manage your strategic plan. You should be able to develop action plans for your business, for your career. Then also we look at case studies. We have interactions, and then certification option is optional. All of us who have gathered here today have taken this responsibility to improve ourselves. So let's make it count. Now, quickly, for certification purposes, IPM members is $75 or $20, and non-IPM members $27 or 10,000 naira. Payments for non-Nigerians can be done online via the link displayed there, and then for Nigerians, you can make your payment to the account displayed there, that's the Zenith account. If you have any challenge, please do let us know. As we take 1 or 2 questions before we proceed, please let it be reminded to us once again that the primary objective of this is to help each and every participant today build capacity towards engaging strategic planning for our personal and business purposes. So with or without money, you are welcome. But more importantly, make sure you get to learn today. All right. Now, before we proceed, we'd like to take 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll proceed. Also, ensure to take your attendance. A request for certificate will only be based on the attendance we have. Request for certification will only be based on the attendance we have. I will say that again, request for certification will only be based on the attendance we have. So even if you pay and your name is not in attendance list, we will refund your money gently to you. So please ensure to take your attendance. We have attendance, morning section and attendance, afternoon session. Please ensure to take your attendance, because the basic requirement for this certification is 100% attendance and active participation and engagement. Right? Active participation and engagement. So please endeavor to have your attendance. Okay. Now, without much ado, if there is anyone that has any question or something you want to ask, Regarding to this workshop only, please ask questions outside of this workshop. We might not take them. Okay, all right. So please, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand and then we will unmute you to take your question. Our facilitator is already here. Our facilitator is already here. So if you have a question, if you have something to say, please, you can kindly unmute now and let's have you. Okay, so we have from Mr. Rilaja, please. Good morning and welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Director.
Happy New Year, sir.
Same to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank God that after postponement, at least we are here in the class this morning again.
Must you say that, Director? Can't you say us for once?
You know, strategic planning is what we should start. In fact, this one should come on the 2nd, if not on the 1st of January. It's not only for our office, even for our everyday life. We need it, sir.
Yes, yes.
I
totally agree with you.
Yeah, I have most of my staff are online.
Thank you.
And the certificate is very, very necessary for us.
Okay.
So is it going to be e-certificates?
Yes, all certificates are e-certificates, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So,
thank you so much.
That solves the matter because I told them it's going to be a measure for their promotion.
Okay.
So I will expect them. Have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, Director. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so we have another question from Mr. Friday. Mr. Friday. Mr. Friday Garrett. Please, sir, kindly unmute and let's hear from you, Mr. Friday.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Friday.
Okay, well done, sir. Mine is just a brief question. Yesterday, I wasn't able to attend, and you talking about 100% attendance. I really want to get the certificate, so I don't know how that would be like.
No, the workshop is only for 1 day, sir. It's only for today.
Oh, sorry. I thought because the link I got yesterday was like tomorrow is another day, so I felt yesterday it happened.
No, that was just a reminder for today, sir.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, do we have any other question or concern? So for the sake of those joining, let me quickly repeat the announcement once again. Please, if you're just joining us, if you have any challenge joining via Zoom, please kindly use the YouTube link, which has been shared in the chat room. So in case you have any challenge joining here, please use the YouTube. But we might not answer questions on YouTube. We can only answer questions on Zoom. But your attendance on YouTube will be counted, provided you take your attendance when necessary. Also, the workshop is 100% free, but should you be interested in the certification for IIPM members is $75 or $20. For non-IPM members is 10,000 Naira or 27,000. Please, we would like to reiterate, the objective of this workshop is not for the money. With or without the money, we are running the workshop. With or without the money, you're coming for the workshop. All right. So that's that. So having introduced this whole program and what we're expecting at the end of the day, I would like to introduce our facilitator for the day, who is no other person but one of us. His name is Dr. Usman Emmanuel Bassey. He is a fellow of the Integrated Digital Professional Management, an alumni of the Lagos Business School, a fellow of the Edinburgh Business School, an MSc in Strategic Planning, and PhD in Business Administration, with other masters accrued. So without much ado, we'd like to welcome our facilitator, the first facilitator for the day, Dr. Usman Emmanuel Bassey. Please, sir, the floor is open to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. If you are hearing me, can you also type 11? That's very good. That's very good. Thank you so much. I want to use this opportunity to thank the governing board, the board of the fellows, and our program director of this great institute for this privilege to be the first to take the floor this morning on this great August occasion. The Integrated Institute of Professional Management for sure is making a waves and creating a whole lot of impact. To be candid, this morning is already fully powered packed for us to be blessed and for us to to get the insight for a great year ahead of us, for our various career and our various businesses. So I want us to all be in the class collaborating, and it will be a little bit interactive this morning. But as we said, let's leave all our questions. You can jot them down to the end so that we'll be able to make use of the little time that we have. Secondly, please note that all of us are great people and professional, so nobody have monopoly of knowledge, and strategic planning rather also is not something that is static, is dynamic. Same thing as knowledge itself is not static, is dynamic. So there are a lot of changes, and there are some things that we might be learning newly. There are some things that we already know. But for you to learn this morning, you have to unlearn first. Unlearn first. When you unlearn, then you'll be able to learn. Pay attention, and then it will be more practical rather than theoretical. It will be practical. So we'll be giving examples with our various businesses, with things that are currently happening with us. And we should be providing solutions. So we'll try as much as possible to make it very, very practical. On that note, Director, can you I want to share my slides.
Please go ahead, sir.
It's telling me that we can only share one at a time.
Okay.
It means you have not made me this thing. So can we, okay, I think I can share now.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, are we seeing my slide?
Yes, sir.
Good. I can also unmute since my slide is there for the network. I can on video myself if everybody permits me to do that. Okay. So are we all hearing this slide? Seeing the slide? If we're all seeing the slide, my work is simple. I'm talking about the strategic planning, overview of strategic planning. And the workshop itself is called strategic planning.
Sorry, sir. We are seeing your slide, but it's not yet projected. Maybe you could go to slideshow and then click from current so that we can all see it very well.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Slideshow, 1 minute.
No. Yep. You see slideshow after animations.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm trying to. Okay, 1 minute.
Are you still there, sir?
I'm still here. I'm trying
okay,
to.
So from file, you will see home, you see insert, you see design, you see transitions, you see animations, then you see slideshow. From file, the first one you clicked on, you see home, you see insert, you see design.
That's from where I can only see more record, the action, copies.
No, from your file.
Oh, from my file.
Yes, you see file.
Yes.
You see
Sorry,
home.
I'm landing here.
You see home.
I see home, yes.
Then you see insert. Just proceed. You see slideshow. No, keep going. After design, transition, animation, slideshow.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay.
Yes.
Are we seeing now?
Yeah, from beginning. Just click from beginning.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Are we all together now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm using a desktop and it seems a new one today for me. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
because I have to move to the library. Well done, thank you.
Right.
Moving from the little laptop I'm still learning to. Thank you. As I said earlier, the topic is overview of strategic planning. And the learning objective is simple: to have a better understanding of what is strategic planning, who is involved in strategic planning, different types, techniques, and models of strategic planning. So we should also learn the vision, the mission, the objective, goals, and values of an organization, which is part and parcel of strategic planning. One of the most important parts is for us to understand the what, the why, the how, the when, who and where of an organization, and you even as an individual when you are setting a goal. Most importantly, it's not about what you want to accomplish as an organization, as an individual, but how do you want to accomplish it? We all deal with that. Identify the various steps in strategic planning process, strategic planning, initiate and manage a strategic planning process, determine the appropriate tool for strategic planning, understand strategies for evaluation, and so many others. The overview or it contains, these are just some few of it. We can't put it because they are exhaustive. Now, introduction. Every organization has a grand goals on their business agenda. However, there's a long way between formulating those goals and seeing the result of their successful accomplishment. A lot of things can happen in between the project that can get sidetracked. The timeline may change, new thread may emerge. To get a better sense of what needs to be accomplished and how organizations, managers regularly engage in strategic planning, either in short term or long term. Now, you can agree with me that if you are in business in 2020, there was a change in the whole ball game due to the coronavirus. It can be as a result something like that of coronavirus. It can be as a result of maybe the product you are in is no more a product that is running. Maybe you are technology inclined and some of those things you are employing are obsolete. Or maybe you want to optimize to increase profitability, or possibly you want to maybe increase your business growth, maybe to cover a particular area. Or you want to diversify to ensure maybe that you have more revenue and maybe cover risks. All these, it requires you to sit down, have a kind of a holistic thinking, and come out with a strategic planning, being short term, being long, medium term, or long term. So strategic planning, actually, whether we like it or not, invariably some of us are doing it, either they're doing it ignorantly or they want to do it and they're not doing it rightly. But this morning, by the grace of God, as we exhaust this overview generally, we have a better understanding. And as executive, as career top managers, we might be able to have and get that result that we need. As the person that contributed for the first time was talking about that, this kind of thing should be on the 1st or 2nd of January. Actually, I took my team away on a week even before Christmas. Sometimes we do it even the first week of December. We review the year and plan ahead. And we wrote everything down and ensure that we have kind of a breath waiting for the year. But sometimes also you need to know that strategic planning is not only limited to yearly. It can be maybe at the beginning of a product. We'll see it in the course of our presentation today. It might be at any time you can choose to start drawing up plan. But most importantly, for you to have a kind of the sequence to be normal, or to be, if you maybe your financial year is ending December, which majority of our businesses have 31st as the closing year. It's important that we do it yearly. But we can also break it to maybe 3 months, 4 months. But when we say strategic, it's something that has to be up to 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, because it's look at the long term. Now, managers, there are a lot of people, managers today that define strategic.
Sorry, sir. This screen is not moving, so maybe you could reshare your slides, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
It's not moving.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my own is
we are
moving.
Still at objective, sir.
I've moved far. Sorry, I'm coming.
It's just to stop the share and then reshare.
Okay, I have to stop the share.
Yes, sir, and then reshare.
Okay.
Or if you see resume share, you could just resume share. That's it.
Sorry about that. Because me, I was thinking everybody is seeing share. You can't see resume share, I can see only new share.
Okay, you can click on new share, then reshare the screen.
Okay, I'm resharing the screen now. Sorry about that.
No problem, sir. Go ahead.
Are we seeing?
Yes, it's up, sir.
Okay.
But you need to.
I have to go to the normal way with this slideshow.
Yeah.
Are we seeing now?
No, we are seeing it, but when you move, it will not move.
So what do we do?
They go back to new share, then share the one you've projected.
Okay.
Or maybe I could get the slide and.
Okay, I've sent the slide to you initially, so.
Yes, so let me just get it. And meanwhile, you could just proceed. Let me get this slide.
Okay, no problem.
Get it done.
But you are seeing this one, but it's not big.
Yes, we are seeing, but not big.
Okay, so before you sort that one out, let's make use of it. Yes,
sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So you can see manager's definition of strategy.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I was trying to say that managers, as we all being managers or people in the academia over the years, I've posed a lot of questions in my class as a teacher for the understanding of strategy. For experienced executives, sometimes we felt, or based on this, my research, I find out that at times groups have different response on a wider range of answers. For example, I have a sample. Some people look at strategy as knowing where you are going and how you are going to get there. Others look at it as setting a clear set of objectives and mobilizing resources to achieve them. Some thinking in a long run rather than the short term, working out how to be better in the marketplace than your competitors, driving and selecting a course of action. We're talking about strategy now, and a lot of thinking. These are views of people based on research that we carried out. Now, there are some common threads that come to your mind when we're talking about the definition of the concept strategy. But individually, they could lead to different course of action. Some of us, we define it based on our experiences. Some of us look at it as something that is just, some of us confuse the word strategy with planning, and some can even confuse it with budgeting. For example, the definition 2 focuses on objectives alone, but does not differentiate between short-term and long-term. It is interesting to know when we talk about strategy, we're talking about top-level thinking. We're talking about something that's top level. So it has to be, the time has to be clear, the objective has to be clear, the intention has to be clear, what you want to achieve must be quantifiable. So for example, the definition 3 and 4 is only one explicitly concerned with markets. They are concerned. 5 is only one which explicitly considers choice. Now, what is strategy to you and I? How can an organization meet its needs and objectives? If you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there. And sometimes you feel like you know where you are going, and yet you have a defined objective of the organization. But for example, if you have a new thing coming, sometimes has nothing to do with you as a Nigerian, as long as it will bring Naira and Kobo, we jump into it or double into it. Sometimes some businesses you don't even have a profile for. You say anything that can add money, as long as this is it, this is it. Well, it's fine. Anything that can bring 1 Naira and Kobo is good. But most of the time we don't know that they serve as distraction to us. If really, really you want to build a kind of an empire or something that is great. Let me give you an example with Dangote. Do you discover that Dangote don't invest in anything that is not consumable? Anything that you want to use today, keep it and use it tomorrow up to 1 month. Dangote will not bother putting himself. He wants something that if you start using today, you finish it. Look at cement. If you put water into cement, by tomorrow you can't use that cement again. You have to come back to Dangote. If you open a Indomie now or whatever pasta that he's selling, or what the pasta, the noodles, you finish it, you eat it, go to the toilet, tomorrow you need him again. The sugar you put into water, you take it. These are the kind of businesses, and look at it, you enter into fuel, into petroleum refining. The same thing, you go to fuel, you use your car. That's how the man has defined his own strategy, that these are the kind of, you can't see him in real estate, and if he's doing it, it's very, very passive. You can't see him something that you use it forever. He's strategic about his business. One of the things about strategic planning, that is what you have in mind. So strategy helps you to establish priorities, to choose action, to create a plan, to allocate resources, and be proactive. Anything less has to be more. You have to establish priority. So I want to challenge you right away. What's the priority of your business? Or better still, if you're an individual, do you have a personal mission statement? Do you know where you are going? Have you a plan? Okay, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, this is where I'm going to be. Or your businesses, have you come up with a clear-cut, established priorities? Do you have an action plan to achieve that? So these are the things we need to look at it. So what we will do, develop a strategic plan that is directly informed by our own wisdom and experiences. Now, why do I put this here? It's because to tell you that strategic planning is not something that is strict-jacket, it's not a one-way thing. And we have different businesses, or even if our businesses are similar, or even our businesses have the same product, the same line of services, our strategic planning might be different because our experiences are different. I used to tell them, if I'm going to do marriage counseling, that one of the things in marriage that you don't do is that you don't copy people. Majority of what led to a lot of marriage crashing today is because they want to copy people. Different people have different attitude, different character, different way they like things. So by the time you want to copy people, maybe those people are people that don't like protocol, you like protocol. It will cause confusion. The same thing with strategic planning or strategy generally in organization. Don't look at what they are doing and say you want to copy exactly. You have to know what are your experiences. You have to know your target audience. You have to know what's going on around your environment. You have to do some detail, which some of those tools we have. We're going to study them today and find out how to apply them to ensure that we get the required business, we required profit, and then we close some of those deals that we have available in front of us. Now, strategic planning, what's this all about? Michael Porter says, the essence of strategy is choosing what not to do. The essence of strategy is what? Choosing what not to do. Let me say this. Anyone in life that have a principle and ability to say no, automatically that person is on his way to success in life. One of the difficult things we have as human beings, as business owners, as executives, is that we find it difficult to say no. And we carry that attitude into our businesses, into our career, and whether because we want to please people whether we want to do what other people are doing, it's become difficult. Now, what strategic plan will help you do is to eliminate and free time for yourself to enable you have more time for the important things in you. I mean, you have in front of you or you want to accomplish. And that's the essence where Michael Porter, who is the father of strategy, said the essence of strategy is choosing what not to do. Now, what is strategic planning? Strategic plan, a document that says why an organization exists, what it aims to do, and how it will do it. It helps to focus the organization vision and priorities. Now, I put this from one of my lecturers at Edinburgh Business School. He says strategic planning is the process of establishing a direction for your business through the assessment of its current and proactive position. The strategic plan process allows you to record the bigger picture, the company's mission and values, vision, as well as long-term goals and action plan for achieving them. Now, look at it, it's encompassing. He looked at strategic planning as a document that reflects how company plans to function and grow over a significant period of time, usually 3 to 5 years or more. It is based on the mission and vision statement, stated core values and goals. Now, I want to challenge you. You started a business or you are part of the team and you quickly Google and you go to United States or you're in Australia or South Africa, and then you begin to browse and begin to look at the mission statement of people, begin to look at the goal and whatever, and you copy because some of them are very interesting. And you now place it on your own. There's no way you'll be able to accomplish it. Because the why in your mind when you started your business, as long as you cannot answer it, you are not ready to grow that business in a very strategic way. You can do it to pay bills for your family, but the kind of growth you are expecting is not there. Do you know why? The goal, the mission and the vision statement, there's something that born out of your heart, out of the passion that makes you to pursue them and achieve it very squarely. So why will you copy people or you want to, you have to do, if they come close or the things you can believe it, anything you create it yourself, it's natural with you and it seems you can believe it. So strategic plan include all the steps an organization need to take in order to get where it needs to be. Where is strategic planning? Why is strategic planning important? Because it provides the basis of our growth. Because it provide the platform for us to prioritize. Because it focuses on the entire organization, on the long-term goals, and allow managers and supervisors to develop plans that will work towards meeting them. So I want to challenge us today. Today is still January. We're still very early. What are the big picture you're having? Which by the time we enter goal, we look at it, we need also to break them down, even to business unit strategy. We need to break them down into smaller months, into days, into hours, into minutes. And then we can also align them and take them into individuals. Sometimes we have strategic planning, but what do? It's only the top managers or only you that knows it. You never communicate it. You never talked about it. It's never known. Let me say this. Even the religions that we have, they believe in positive confession. As a matter of fact, for you to qualify to either serve any of them, they will tell you must confess with your mouth. The same thing with your business. In strategic planning, you must say what you believe. You must talk about what you believe. And with that, it inculcates into your mind. It becomes part of you. You focus on it, and then everybody follows you. I remember my 16 years at Zenith Bank. As our customers are coming, then we will just tell them in your best interest. That is our slogan. In best interest means banking with us is in your best interest. So it means you are here because you exist, and we're here because we want your interest to be served. So you are coming to us means your interest will be protected, your interest will be met. And we're so proud of it when we carry that lapel, because some of our visions are also very clear, because we want to be the we want to be the bank that is top. So we have that in us, and that spirit can follow us. The same thing. When the passion is not in, I'm telling you, strategic plan cannot be accomplished. Now, strategic plan does not, listen to me, predict the future. predict the future because it's not a prophet. Neither is it a prophet, neither is it a prophecy, but it's a calculative plan, as we said in those definition. It replaced good leadership and judgment. Excuse me. It replaced good leadership and judgment. No, it does not. So you can have well-articulated business, strategic plan, but if you don't have the actors with the right attitude to lead and have a good judgment to tell themselves the truth, you might not get anywhere. So some of us will have good plan, do retreat, and come out, well, no, this year I must have every month 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. We put them very fantastically. And we can even define them with the why. After having defined the why, the how, the what, the who, the when, but it can't come. Why? Because the character and then the judgment are faulty. 3, strategic planning does not follow a smooth, straightforward process. So as you plan, no. Not like, because I planned this, so since I'm heading from Guarumpa to Kubwa, I must go through the express. No, there might be gold up on the way. So maybe you have to navigate through Dutse, or you have to even park and enter Keke. There are a lot of ways, but most importantly, the end result. So a strategic plan is a living document. You can adopt it as needed. So one reason that question relating to strategy are difficult to answer ambiguously is because strategic planning takes place in a complex and ever-changing business environment. One of the courses I used to lecture at the moment at National University is business environment. Understanding your business environment determines how you're going to do your strategic planning and how that particular, if you go and do plan without taking your business environment into cognition, I don't think you'll be able to achieve result. Because, for example, people into BDC last year, suddenly they must have a great plan. And CBN just said, no way you can't get dollar from us again, though your license still exists. Will you close shop and say, oh my God, my plan has finished and leave business? Not at all. You need to go back and re-strategize. The same goal, the same vision, the same this, but the process will need to change. So a pattern in a stream of decision, the pattern may not be comprehensive or unifying, but you need to integrate it. It has to be integrated. Now, there are many benefits to strategic planning, so you know that we are not here to waste time, we are not here to do some academic exercise. It allows a company to be proactive rather than simply engaging in its tasks randomly. If the process is conducted well, inclusion of all stakeholders in strategic planning process, there is a buy-in leaders of all functions of your business. It determines the allocation of resources in a way that promotes the plan. It's an organization measure where it is and how it has progressed towards objectives, towards its own objective it has set, and then to modify accordingly. That's we're talking about high level. So when you look at it in a short or in a summary form, it helps you to define your mission, your vision, and your value. It establishes the realistic goals, objective, and the strategy to employ to give you that result. It ensures effective use of resources, both material and human resources, deployment of people rightly. Let me say this to all of us, that sometimes you may have a right plan with a good strategy, and yet you cannot be able to place resource and human. You might not succeed. Ibrahim, you are raising up your hand. You want to contribute because we want to. Can you please unmute and let's hear what you are saying? Because you raise your hand, Muslim Aliru also. Mr. Ibrahim Haliru Gandu, you raise your hand up. Is it a mistake or you want to say something?
I perceive that could be a mistake, sir. Please, let's proceed.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's proceed. Thank you. So it provides the base base to measure progress. Let me say this also, whether you personally or as a team or as a company, from time to time, week in, week out, month in, month out, on a yearly basis, you need to measure yourself and progress. Develop that consensus on your future direction. Build a strong team that has a hope for tomorrow. Solve major problems that seem as impediment to either your growth personally or to the growth of the company. Don't just start, let's start a business that you are doing business like well, everybody is doing business. No, let there be a drive, and that drive must come out with something in you that will bring results. Because if you are not getting results, we're wasting time. One of my resolution, if I told I do resolution on a yearly basis, I don't do. But one of them that I made up my mind this year is that any relationship that is not adding value to me, this year, I will put a stop completely. Then 2, I don't waste time anywhere. If I have nothing to do, I don't roam around. I don't visit that are not necessary. So I want to free more time for my own personal development. Now, it's part of personal strategy that when you do it well, because let me say this, when you are not organized, you are personally as an individual, things are not working with you, there's no way you can lead a team and that team things can work. It starts with you first, then you grow to have an ability to solve problems. Who plans? The chief executive, the board chair should be included in planning in the planning group and should drive development and implementation of the plan. Do you know why? Because they're the key people that understand why they're into the business. Establish clear guidelines for members. For example, those directly involved in planning, those who will provide key information to the process, those who review the plan document, those who will authorize the document. Now, we made a lot of mistakes because they say strategic, there are different strategies, as I said. Strategy can be business unit strategy, it can be tactical strategy, it can be operational strategy, it can they're every level. But when we talk about strategic, means it's top level. So sometimes we made mistake. We don't get feedback from our operation managers. We don't get feedback from our field managers. We don't give feedback from our customer service units. So we go there and just come out with something also and impose on them without their feedback. And you are not on the field. What you do in this is they are also part of it. Even when they are not going to be part of the top management, the questionnaire can be sent out for ideas, and those ideas can be harmonized together and can be presented at such meeting. And that can be great. You can be shocked the kind of direction that the company can take. A primary responsibility of a board director is strategic planning to effectively lead the organization. But you need to know that the board are also representing shareholders. Shareholders are higher than the boards. What is the opinion of shareholders? And what is the business environment telling you? Therefore, insist that the board be strongly involved in planning, often include assigning a planning committee, often the same as executive committee or whatsoever. So at least opinion can be collected. Now, let me go to something that most of us take it and then make mistake. One of them is we mistaken strategic planning with business plan. We also mistaken strategic management with strategic planning. So let me get to Ben to give you the difference. Now, strategic plan should not be confused with business plan. A business plan is a document that is developed when launching a business, describing the business model, its component, explaining the business potential, and attempting to raise capital, either for loan or for investment. Also, it can be to work someone maybe outside the country in order to invest in your money in your business. Once a company is established, up and running, it is time for a detailed strategic plan that will outline growth and perhaps digital transformation, or give a long-term projection of the expectation of the business. So yes, you can incorporate some parts into your business plan to give flesh, but it is not. They are not the same at all. What of strategic plan and strategic management? Strategic management is concerned with making decisions about an organization's future for growth, renewal, and transformation, implementing those policies or those strategies that has been outlined. That's the work of strategic plan management. Strategic management process can be broken into two. One of it is strategic planning, and the second is strategic implementation. Why? When we talk about management, we talk about utilization of resources, but human, material, and with a set goal within an organization. So strategic planning is making decisions about, that is, determining the organization's mission, formulating policies to guide the organization and establish an objective, which I've already said earlier, choosing strategy and implementation, establish long-range and short-range objectives to achieve the organization's mission, determine the strategy that are to be used in achieving the organization's mission. You can see it's all like a process. But management, implementation of that focus on developing the organizational structure to achieve this, the strategy, identifying and quantifying the resources required, ensuring that activities necessary to accomplish the strategy are performed effectively, monitoring the effectiveness of the strategy in achieving the organizational objective. All this because you are in for it, put those things that are real. So the implementation talk about the how, the planning talk about the what, the management is the overall, talk about the why. Now, reason for strategic planning, as I have said earlier, but this is just a summary for change, because change is inevitable. Definitely, we are doing this in online. 3 years ago, we want to all be in the classroom. Change has come. For renewal, for funding requirement, for financial forecasting, to have a mandate to build consensus, to improve staff and board relations, develop ownership, building community support, market dominance, a whole lot of, if I give us, there are 101. We can't exhaust it. We can't exhaust it. It's all. When strategic planning should occur, at what point should we have strategic planning? There is no single time that is right for strategic planning for all businesses, as I said earlier, but rather it depends on the company's unique situation and its industry. But there are certain times when it's worth to think about it. So we are not saying it must be January, December. No. There are no specific, but at least we can advise. If the industry is is evolving quickly and competition is becoming bricks, like I'm just working on acquisition of one financial institution for some investor from United States now, and they have their launch day in March. Now, we have not finished sitting down for the strategic plan. That would take us up to April, in fact, up to August. When it starts up, we begin to look at what and when and keep aligning. Maybe throughout this year, we'll be working on something that are long-term. At the time of product launch, you also need to have. So time of product launch, not necessarily also January. It can be at any time. If the product, the service are fully developed as part of the go-to-market strategy, that can be at the beginning of a new fiscal year, which we are doing now. If government regulations are causing a change in process and production, like last year when CBN said no dollar, a lot of BDC has to change strategy. If the company itself is contemplating a new initiative, then you have to change strategy. If a previous strategic plan is old and maybe new things are coming, you need some kind of evaluation, you need to change. So there's no time. So how does a manager go about designing a strategic plan? The first step will be to choose the right model or framework, and that takes us to types of planning. Now, there are different planning. Mind planning, I didn't say strategic planning. Strategic planning, business planning, project planning, program planning, municipal planning, wedding planning, everything can be planned. Every project can be planned. So you can put them in anything you want to put, but they're different planning. Planning as a profession also, we have professional planners, planning function, and other profession also. But types of strategic planning, we have basic strategic planning, which we'll also talk about later, the issue-based or goal-based strategic planning, the alignment goal, scenario planning, organic or self-organizing planning. All this, it forms part, whether you're planning or whatever. In one way or the other, you are either aligning, you are either creating something new, you are either bringing it based on issue, based on goal, because when goal or issue has not been stated, what are you going to do planning about? Now, your first exercise this morning is discuss how personality affects how groups work together to develop a strategic plan or any type of plan. Why I put this, please write it down, do it. Why? Because I have interaction with a lot of small businesses small businesses. And what I discover is the personality actually override the planning because of what the boss wants. So everybody must follow, whether it's convenient or not convenient. And some of us do that. Not at all. We have to study the environment. We have to study and do our environmental scanning. We have to apply all the tools and the techniques and put them. So I want you to look at that. How do individual personality affect group work in developing a strategic plan? You can submit it at any time. Thank you so much. Now, let's move forward. Strategic planning models. Now, there are different frameworks or models that are in strategic planning. And sometimes we make mistakes and combine them, but this can be divided into two. The strategic model for non-profit and for profit cannot be the same. The effort that can be involved cannot be the same. The risks cannot be the same. So when you see some template, you look at it, is it a family thing they want to do? Is it an NGO? So it's divided into two. The profit likely focus on board development, management, fundraising, policies, looking at how to help people to address some diseases, to do something to help humanity without getting back. But for profit, the likely focus will be on profit, continuity, strategic direction, to outsmart a competitor, to have a market dominance, etc. What are the steps? It's critical. Some of us are in the class during the induction in December. You agree with me that this one appears there. That one, for you to develop, there are steps you need to take first. And you need to have that one first before you even take a step. You need to assess your organization. You need to evaluate it. I mean, develop the vision and the mission. Assess the environment. Agree on the priorities. Very important. The priorities talk about the why. We'll see it later. Then you have to write it down. Don't say I'm a computer. No, 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 no. Anything you can write down, I'm telling you, it cannot last. Put it down. Read there every morning. I do something. My own, anything I want, I do the picture, big. So if you come to my toilet now, come to my library now, everywhere is scattered. The kind of car I want to buy, the kind of house. In fact, when I was not married, the picture of the lady I want to marry is in the toilet. So as I'm going out, I'll see it. Keep reminding me, I say, okay, I'll pray for you today. I can't lose you, you can't lose me. You know, the same thing, applied it. Then you implement, monitor and evaluation, and assess the organization. That's the final stage. Let's move on. Now, I'm not going to bother. That one is also, this is strategic model process. And you see the strategy, the objective, who decide what, analysis and diagonation, choice, and implementation. They are key. And look at the business environment. This we see the detail, but this is the process model. This can take another whole class if you were to go detail, because we can even bring out financial report of your company, just giving us your balance sheet on your P&L. We place it on this one and we'll be able to tell you whether that which you set for yourself, you are accomplishing it or not. That is if it's profit driven. Thank you. So these are the process. Key to effective planning, please listen. This is supposed to come earlier, I put it here, I don't know why. But number one thing is when you're having strategic planning, focus only on the most important issues. Because it's strategic. You won't put this year, the security will be the one to be watering the flower. This year, we are not going to drink pure water in our offices. No. Focus on the things that are most important. And be willing to question anything. Be willing to ask questions. Be willing also to be asked questions. Then produce a document. One of the things we do at my end is we come out with a clear policy document for companies. Either being HR, either being process optimization, either being re-engineering, either being how some things to provide a guide, step-to-step guide. They are not strict jacket. We are not like, okay, you must follow it to your tent to Israel. No. But at least you have something documented to follow. All the religion that we have today, for them to be sustainable, they either have Holy Quran or the Holy Bible. Why is it written? Because the principles must be written. Why you don't want to document things if you want your business to continue? Strategic plan, one of the key things is you have to produce at least something written. Must not be classic, must not be flashy, at least the way IPPM will be doing things for us. No, but at least something that is lasting. Now, the basics of strategic planning, models and framework. Let me say this too, because sometimes we see them and we use them interchangeably. But basically, when we talk about strategic plan, it sit at top of a model and a framework. Because without a model and a framework, definitely there's nothing you can work on with. So a model, when you look at it here, is a structure that you design for your plan. While the strategic planning framework are the details that you place within that model to achieve and evaluate progress towards the goals of your plan. For example, specific objective, action plan, resources, and evaluative processes. So over the years, a number of models and related frameworks have been developed. So let's take a look at some of these most popular ones, along with several strategic planning templates. Let me say this, that there are a lot of models, there are a lot of frameworks, so we cannot exhaust. So what I did, I put this one for us, examples of models and framework. For example, things like a balanced scorecard, OKR, objective and key result, Porter's 5 forces, PES2, VRIO, that is video framework, gap planning, SWOT analysis, blue ocean strategy, Baldrige framework, environmental scan, inspirational model, issue-based on goal-based model, organic. There are so many. Very few of them, as we're discussing some of those frameworks, we'll be putting them. But there's something that is very important I want you to take note of, and that is the component of the model. That one is static. And though they are not followed strictly, depend on you, but at least they must in a way appear in whatsoever the process you are going to embark upon. And that is number one, before you start anything. Setting goals and objectives that goal and objective must be clear. You must have in mind the focusing payoffs and the shortfalls. Also, identifying the potential strategies. Again, selecting the best mix of generic and business unit strategies. Now, when we talk about business unit strategy, majority of us actually do business unit strategy as a strategic plan. If you have a strategic strategy, you break them into business units or you break them into departmental strategy, whatsoever you want, and you can even bring it down to individual. But the overall is the key because it's the driving force. So organization and implementation is also key. There has to be control, because control talk about what? Measure, evaluation. Then the last one is feedback. Now, what are these framework? Number one, vision. Do you have a vision in a company? The vision talks about what does success look like? What does the expectation look like? What is your organization's vision of excellence? It has to be realistic and not something impractical. Look at global leads. The way in cancer, they create a group to fight cancer within their locality. You can go and find the story, published in February 2018, and they conquer cancer because they have one vision in that village and they work towards achieving it. So the question in the vision is, under vision is, where do we want to go? I'm asking you now as a business owner, as an executive, as an individual, where do we want to go? What do we want to achieve? Maybe community or business, do we dream of? What do we want to be? All these are what we are talking about you accomplishing. So for you to get the vision, these are questions you must ask. Sit down on your own, write them down, before 31st December 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, answer these questions. Now, let me digress a little to talk about your person, talk about mission, or not digressing rather, but talk about you as an individual. What is your personal mission statement? I remember in 2002, when I just left university, while some a year or two before then, I said, what is my personal mission? If companies will have personal mission statement, as an individual, I should have my own. And I begin to think on how to develop my personal mission statement. Because let me say this, if you don't have anything that drives you, anyone can drive you to follow them. Mas Moron used to say, picture your future, then you can future in the future. So any man that can picture his future, he cannot future in the future. And that is why a lot of people, if they hear MMM today, they follow. If they hear they are investing in land today, they follow. They say, no, today is cryptocurrency, they are there. Today is GNLD, they are there. They've changed it to LGBT, you are there. Because you don't have a kind of a concrete mission or vision of what you want to accomplish. What is this mission? It talks about why do we exist? Futuristic. The reason why, the purpose, the core purpose of the organization rather, presented in a clear, short statement that focuses on attention in one clear direction by stating the purpose or the uniqueness of your company. Our reason for being. Now, I want to talk about these 4 questions. Our mission must be communicated to the world. What we do and why. Different from goals or objectives. Balance the head and the heart to inspire. Now look at the other side. For you to be successful this year, we have resolution. And what do we address in our resolution every year? In strategic planning, none of these questions should be, none of these W's should be taken lightly. Why? We always concentrate on what? I want to buy a car. I want to marry. I want this. Is the what we always want to hammer. And we write uncountably, filling our notes. Where we fail to answer the why. We need to know the why. If you have said the how, the what. The why, talk about the mission, the purpose, the reason. Why are you doing this? I was telling them sometimes in church, jokingly, I said the reason why God don't bless some people to be rich, because the purpose was wrong. Always wrong. You want to be rich so that you buy a range and go and harass them in your village. Oh, you want to be rich so that at least that your landlord will know that you have arrived. Or you want to be rich so that you can prove to that girl or that man that yes, you have made it. In business, we do that. If you don't define your why of the what, it will be difficult for you to accomplish it. But let me say this, it's not about the what, it's not about the why, but to me, most importantly, it's about the how. Yesterday, I was talking to someone and I said there are 3 most important pieces in your life. If, for example, you are a Christian or Muslim and you believe in prophecy, you believe in prayer, there are 3 pieces. But to me, the last piece is most important. For example, if you believe in the prophet, which talk about the personality you believe in, either Muhammad, Jesus Christ, or what have you. Those things have their spirit being and their strong personality. Then you believe in the prophecy, means the word that they teach, the word of God. But let me say this, the last P is the principle. I was saying to the class that no matter how intelligent you are, no matter how rich you are, and no matter how prayerful you are, rather, or no matter who you believe, if they dash you car and you have never driven in your life, and they give you the key, and you enter, you want to drive, you have not seen the way people drive before, you have not learned the technique of driving, you are embarking on what? A suicide mission. Everything that is worthwhile must have principle, and those principles must be followed. The principles are the whys. then you answer the remaining one. If you answer the how, then to who, then when, then where. These are part and parcel and a strength of any strategic planning you embark upon. Now, another thing, when you are doing those things, you need to employ some of those models. And there are different models, we just few of them because I didn't do them because I wanted to chip them in as one of that to do. Assessing our environment, how do we do that? Where do we find ourselves? I've listed out some of those models. The PESTIL, the strategic analysis using environmental scanning. What is environmental scanning? Gathering of information, research that concern the organization within your environment, within your vicinity, understanding of business environment, understanding the economy, the regulations, understanding the behavior, the consumer behavior, what ought not to be. Then you come to analysis, interpretation of this information, application of this analyzed information for an informed decision. Then you move to SWOT. It's also a familiar thing, but majority of us, which is both internal and external, but majority of us, we know them, but we don't know even how to apply them, or we apply them and apply them wrongly. They said weaknesses, you begin to talk about yourself. Yesterday, I was handling a class in one of my clients, and it's not a strategic session, but more like a transactional session. And I give opportunity because some of them are engineers, field managers, and I give them a plain sheet. I say, don't write your name, only blue pen should be used. All you need to tell me is, tell me what is giving you, what is being, something that is a bottleneck for you to achieve your own goal in this organization, or a bottleneck to you being responsible or working to achieve the optimum. Some of them are putting salary. Some of them are saying, this my boss don't appreciate me, which is also true. Some of them, if you see the kind of things they put, it's clear to me that some of them, actually, we don't employ SWOT analysis. Because if you know strength, it's inward. Weaknesses, it can be inward. When opportunities can be external, the threat can be external. So analyze them like that before you come out with a strategic planning. So in SWOT analysis, these are the questions you ask. How do we use our strength to take advantage of opportunities of COVID-19, of fintech, of the new policies of payment, of this African trade? So many things today, of us not being able to export a lot of products. There are a lot of things. How do we use our strength to take advantage? How do we overcome our weakness to take advantage? How do we overcome the weaknesses that make us vulnerable to this threat, risk, etc.? How do we use our strength to make us less vulnerable to this threat? They are key to us. Setting the priority right, our value. How can we be most effective? You must have principles. You must have something that defines you as an individual, or as a group, or as a company. Standard. You don't do anything anyhow and achieve results. You can't be anybody and achieve results. You must be specific with precision and action. Consider worked well for the organization, for yourself. Include how people treat each other, how groups conduct businesses. What is the most important to the organization? House girl cannot be a problem in the house for you. They are less important. Who wash plates? How and what? Focus, define your principles. Do the most important things. Let me say, a man without value, definitely that man cannot be ethical. That man can be professional. And show me a man that can be trusted. And one day, they are the one, in fact, I'll tell them that the enemy of our country. Because lack of value system make a lot of us to be corrupt. Everywhere, if you see somebody running, want to make money by anyhow, the key thing there is no value. So impact, effort, greed is one of them. Easy to do, difficult to do. That is the how. But the now, low impact, but easy to do. The wow, high impact, but sometimes we don't even get there at all. Now, goals and objectives I just want to keep it, already listed them. Does it all fit together? Developing the goals identify long-term outcomes to provide focus for the planning and process, but look at objective. Identify specific, measurable results produced while impact. Let me see more differences. Look at them. A greater purpose, a specific short-term action for objective. For goals, long-term outcome. This one, even though objective, the measure can be both sides, but goals is always talking, we are not talking about the objective is this. The objective is, the goal is this. Get it clearly. For example, NWT residents to make healthy lifestyle choice that reduce their risk of cancer. For objectives, it says, create a website with accurate and current information about cancer risk factors. Did you get it? The goal is this, to reduce, to support NW residents to make healthy lifestyle choices that reduce their risk of cancer. But the objective is to create a website or to go out and mobilize people, to do roadshow and create a current information about cancer risk factors. I hope we are making sense. Now, both of them, you can use what we call smarter. The goals must be smarter, not smart only. Because a smart goal ends there and ends the day that you put the time frame. But a smarter goals, you move up to a level of whatsoever that you have been able to achieve, you need to evaluating your goals every single day. You'll be much more likely to achieve them and more likely to achieve more. Then whatsoever you discover or you hit the brick, don't say, I can't achieve my goal. Readjust your approach. Readjust and change the way or the strategy to accomplish that. So each objective should be written in precise terms that leaves no room for misinterpretation. Within 12 months, we will team with the local health center to recruit at least 20 men and women for colorectal cancer screening. It's specific. Great. Other models, as I just explained, because we're going to share it, because I have not gone detailed on these ones, but still, we know political, economic, social, cultural, technology, environment, and legal, gap planning, blue ocean strategy, red ocean, and then the blue ocean, avoiding where it's too much competition, and then look at area that is less, or carve out a niche for yourself. Then the VRI or the video stand for value, rarity, immutability, and organization. Please, they are there for us to read. Then what next step? We're about concluding. What now? The action plan. For each goal, you have to develop an action plan. And that accounts for the following. Number one, what activities will occur to bring about the change? Who is responsible? You must give it to someone. Don't say everybody in this department, who is responsible? Who can you call for the activity that will take place? What is the timeline for the completion? You can't just lift in, okay, in the next 1 year. No. What dates? When is the review date? When do we need to get feedback? What is involved? You don't create goals without doing budget, because one of the most important part of planning is budgeting. In public administration, there's what they call postcode: planning, organizing, staffing, control, coordination, etc. There must be a budget. There must be personnel attached to that will be required for this program to be set up. I strongly believe the program director is in charge, but there are other people that are in charge of maybe sending the mail, doing one thing or the other. Then that is to accomplish a singular goal. You can be back office, you can be in the front, you can be at the forefront, but you need to allocate resources. You need to allocate people that will be responsible. Don't do a vague thing. Then, for example, if you're an employee or a member of a board or a company have a existing good corporate governance, what stakeholders need to be kept informed of activities and progress, either the regulators, whether the government or the stakeholders in the organization, their shareholders or investors, what have you. You need to keep them abreast so that they can keep believing in you. Your customers is key. Once you have developed a draft, ask the following question. Number one, is the plan clear? Do all participants understand exactly what their role are? Have you engaged them? Have you trained them? Have you unbundled the plan for them? Have you communicated clearly? Have any outside participants been included? Are there regulators, agencies that must be involved or communicated? Does the plan anticipate potential events that could have positive or negative progress? Is there an activity in place to evaluate progress and success, or it just allow you to run? Even you personally, when did you take a stock of those goals you itemized for yourself for the year or for your company? These elements are sufficient for creating detailed 3 to 5 year strategic plan. However, you can also settle for a shorter, more agile version, a 1-page strategic plan, so that it will not look like you are doing something about like 5 pages. No. It can be very short and compressed. I actually forgot I would have given us a sample of the one we did, just 1 page. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, strategic planning is a complex process. So it's not an easy thing. It's not something that to attend to Israel. Even as a consultant, if you call me to, or you call any other consultant to come and assist you in a strategic plan, there are questionnaires you must answer, and there must be a clear picture because it's very complex. It's not static, it's dynamic. It involves many steps and many key elements of plan. So no matter what specific framework or templates are choosing for the design and development, some of those models, you can do 1 or 2 of them to be able to give you a clear direction. To recap, the keys to successful planning are the following. 1, involve as many stakeholders as possible, especially those who will be responsible for managing the implementation and the action plan. 2, involve representatives from top to bottom of an organization. Even when you are not sitting on the same table, create a kind of a questionnaire or give them a free to suggest something so that there's much buy-in and a sense of ownership as much as possible. 3, if a business is new to this process, it may be wise to bring in a strategic planning consultant. Of course, you have IPPM here. My good friend Benito will be able to assist. If what the company, the organization can do, they can make referral, and definitely you're going to get a great deal. Without the element of measuring progress and achievement, a strategic plan is just a document to go into a file. Just a document to go into a file. And some of us, you go to some people's library, they have more than 2,000 books. When you ask them in a whole year, they don't read up to 10. But the first thing you visit them, they'll take you to their library. A document and knowledge embodied. Don't be like that. Bring out your strategic plan. Write them very well. Work with a note every day. Focus and accountability will just not happen. Most of all, remember this, please, even if you can't remember anything. Strategic plans are not inflexible documents. They are not inflexible. They are dynamic, they are complex, they are changeable. Internal and external environment change. Things can happen. Revisiting, modifying, and updating will always be necessary. Moving forward, in your private, at home, produce a document, develop an action plan and implement, monitor and evaluate, share progress, review and reverse, share. Your new strategic plan will help to guide you in difficult decisions in this year 2022 and beyond. Have a committee, have to make as a committee. It will help you also to identify the activities that best fit your vision, mission, goals, and objectives. Let me end with this call from Vincent van Gogh. Great things are done by a series of small things brought together. Neglect not your little beginning. And let me say this also, that new beginning is possible. Have at the back of your mind that you can start afresh, design afresh, and I'm telling you, you achieve glory. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bassey. That was quite explosive. Please, let's appreciate Dr. Bassey in the chat room. If you can clap. If you can say something, just by all means, just make sure you're appreciating Dr. Bassey. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so in a moment, we are going to be taking questions. Remember, it's all about interactions. All right, okay. He has said very practical things. I did not see anything theoretical in whatever thing he has said. If you're a CEO here, if you're a director here, there should be fire in your bone now, because a part has been set. Before we take the questions, please, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand. For the sake of time, we might not take much, but we will try as much as we can to cover. So please, for the sake of time, for the sake of questioning, please kindly raise your hand, or please put that in the chat room, and then we will read it out. So for questions, you can raise your hand. Now, there are practical things that Dr. said. He said, one, strategic plan is not to replace your leadership as an organization, and it does not predict the future of your organization. Rather, it's a living document that helps your organization to align with realities, and that is very, very important. Now, another thing he said is that strategic plan helps you to rethink, so that it's not going the way you planned. It does not mean you should give up, but rather it gives you the privilege to rethink your strategies. And I said, mention one word that you need to re-strategize. Okay, you need to re-strategize. So no matter what the situation might be, always go back to the drawing board and re-strategize. Then another thing he said, there's several things he said, but another thing he said, now, with a strategic plan, it gives you direction. It creates a blueprint for your organization. So as a director, as an MD, as a business executive, with a strategic plan, you know which directions to follow. And he said, without a strategic plan, any way becomes a way. So anything that can make money becomes what you do. Like an organization I consulted for, I asked them, what is your vision? The CEO asked one of the directors, what is our vision? And at the end of the day, they told me, our vision is doing business in anything that makes money. Okay, so when there is no vision, when there is no strategic plan, any way becomes the way. All right, but importantly, with the lecture this morning, we've been reminded that there is need to have a strategic plan so that we can have direction. We can have measurable objectives, measurable goals we are working with as individuals, as an organization. Okay. If you are an organization, he has just given an assignment right now that at least develop a strategic plan. It doesn't have to be in the volumes. Even if it's one page, Okay, develop a strategic plan that will guide you, that will guide your organization this year. Several organizations run yearly, run monthly, run weekly, run daily without a plan, and that is very dangerous. That is quite hazardous. That means there is no direction. Is anything that can bring money for now, we'll just get it and then we'll keep on moving. He has brought light for us today. So please, while we take the questions, let's put these takeaways into practice. It's not in the volume. It's not about how many sheets of paper you've been able to consume. It's about the practical realities you've created in your strategic plan. Okay. All right. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Bassey. Now let's have the questions. We have Mr. Ibrahim Haliru. Please kindly unmute and let's hear from you, Mr. Ibrahim Haliru. Mr. Ibrahim, you've been asked to unmute. Please kindly unmute, let's hear from you. Mr. Ibrahim, you muted. You back yourself. Please kindly unmute now. Let's hear from you. You have two devices, so anyone wish, kindly use.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Ibrahim.
Yes, how's everyone? Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I would like to ask how I can harness the power of provocative questions for strategic planning.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Is it provocative questions or proactive questions?
Provocative, that's
Hello?
what he said.
Yes, is it
Provocative.
Okay, provocative.
Provocative.
How can I harness the power of provocative questions for strategic planning?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Doc, please over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haliru. One of the challenges in Africa is we find it very difficult to accept either something that is reality that lives with us. At a management level, that people are all the same. For example, the horizontal level managers, but maybe they are the same level, the same pay. There are some things they can say to each other. They remain realities, but our ego can take it off. There are some that can be insultive, that can be provocative. But let me say this one thing. I don't know in what context that provocation statement within a plan will come. But let me say, if it is something that will affect the overall objective of whatever, or to mock or to bring a disrepute to the whole thing, there's one thing that is sure. If you marry a wife, others can say it's ugly, others can say it's short, others can say it's dark or white, whatsoever. The way you are seeing the wife, you like the person like that, and that is the best you have at the moment. Other people's opinion don't define you when you are embarking on strategic plan. The early people that came to Abuja, that land investment, if they are buying land in some strategic places, some people will say you are going to too much villages. Yeah, I can't put my money there. They refuse to do it. Some can be like, you don't know what you are doing. Some can be like talking about it affecting your intellectual capacity. But one thing that is sure, you can never be great or achieve something reasonable if you have not taken abuse. So you need to learn to manage provocation at a strategic session. But also, you also need to accept when those provocations are coming and they are very truthful. So it's a two-way thing. Either you attract or you are the one that led for someone to bring some kind of provocation, you have to live with it. Either you want to respond with it to define you or not to define you, is also left for you. But please, when you use that word provocation, it's something that leads to anger. Provocation is something that makes you unhappy. Provocation is something that wants you for you to respond negatively. Already you know, if you read this book, Secrets or Positives, that book tells you, don't magnify the negative. Always fill your box with things that are positives. So because the reaction whatsoever towards provocation, whether in strategic planning or in life generally, they don't give value, they don't add value, but you can respond positively and they will see your back. So please, and please, whether you like it or not, our emotion comes in when we are trying to plan for the long term. Some can mock it. Let me give this example. It's not documented, please, off record. They said some years, 25, 26 years ago, Jim Ovia was given 22 million. Is it Sonia Ade or so, one of the popular distinct, made about 30 million in one appearance. And they all have this money at their disposal. And Sonia Ade was building a Jankadi building in one of the choice areas in Lagos and spent a lot with goals and everything good. And the funding that Jim Ovia got calculatively got a license when the license then was small, and started building a business. And people that are aware or in between these two great guys begin to like see this one. Look at the way somebody that is using his money for something. He did not be, he was not angry. Maybe he was, that money, he was not spending it. Nobody see the house. But today, if we are talking about someone that has created an empire, those mocking, those provocative words, who among them? Both of them are successful, no doubt. But who among them have created some kind of impact? Is employing more people, put food on the table of others, at least income keep coming consistently. So sometimes provocation can be positive. So don't see it in the negative. But for example, also don't allow maybe if you are the boss and some things are just doing to spite at you, take action appropriately. So I can't tell you that this is it, this is it, this is way, where it's situational and depend on your response. But try as much as possible, control your emotion and see things in the positive. Don't allow other people's opinion to define you or to define your action or a strategic planning. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Doc, for that wonderful insight. Okay, so we have another question here. The question is from Chukudi Okanya. Please, Mr. Chukudi Okanya, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Mr. Chukudi Okanya. After Chukudi, we have Mutuboma. Please forgive me if I'm murdering your name. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, the moderator. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly, sir.
It's all right. My own question is in a situation where you have board members and you are the CEO, you came up with a strategic plan, and in the course of meeting, it happened that none is in alignment with the ideas. Then how do you go about it? Or one person is always trying to dominate or domineering over every other person's own. So how can we handle such a situation?
All right, thank you so much, sir. Doc, over to you, please.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chikudi. I love that. And one or two of the slides has been able to handle that. But most importantly, let me say this. If you are the CEO and there's board, right? The board actually have the primary responsibility to drive strategic planning. But in case they are not doing it and you are the CEO because you are part of them, because a CEO is a member of the board and you are part of them, and maybe there are some discrepancies or irreconcilable opinion about what should be accomplished. Please, please, and please, in stages of conflict settlement. There's avoidance. Avoidance with wisdom, but you bring it in another way, means change the style of presentation. Also, there's compromise. Also, there's confrontation. Also, there's accommodation. And then most importantly, there's collaboration. So employ all these tools of conflict and arbitration tools in order to achieve your goal. Because if you are CEO and there are strategic plans that the organization want to achieve, the idea on white and black and white, and one or two people are putting a stumbling block, you can't give up, sir. You must work around it. If not, tomorrow you wake up and you don't have a place to work, or the organization will go down drain and shareholders' fund will be affected. They say that if you don't stand for something, anything that they present for you, you go with it. And as a member of board, don't be a signboard that directs people to go to a place and he never goes there. So the most important thing you need to do, you can talk to that person one-on-one, you just have to do your best to make it achieved that result. In the course of the week, let me say this. I conducted a top management interview to one of my clients. Actually, they're looking for a general manager. And one of the clients that passed the first interview appeared. And we discovered that he has been working and been doing some personal businesses. So we now asked him, why do you want to come and join us and work while you've been doing your personal business? And he began to give us a reason why that person has not qualified. I mean, that why we did not choose him when he seemed to be the best, because we felt if he cannot grow his own business individually, what can he come and contribute to us? It's better we didn't even know at all that he's running his personal business. But now that we know and he wants to leave, it proves to us that he can't stand challenges. As an MD or CEO, you must find a way. There's always a way through those stages of arbitration or conflict tools. Accommodate. You can go on personal retreat with the person individually, but all you need is find a way. Find a way. Just like somebody that is having a challenge in his office with his boss. The boss hates you. The appraisal is before you. Everything. Will you say you will not come to work again or you resign when the person does not own the organization? No. Deploy every tool. You can go political, but achieve your aim, because that is the main thing. How you achieve it, the way you follow. I'm living in Guarumpa now and you are coming. Maybe you are in Wuse too. You can take a plane. You can use Okada or KK. You can come through any way you can come. But the most important thing, reach where I am. So never give up because of people. There will always be a kind of different opinion. And some have motives for this opinion that they hold. Try to find out. Try to work with them. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. Unless if you are not the CEO, maybe you're just member. But even at that, you can align, seek consensus among members. Then the majority carry the vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Doc, for that wonderful answer. Okay, so we'll take the last question for the day from Mutubuma. Please, Mutubuma, kindly unmute yourself and let's hear from you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Great to hear a voice of a lady.
This is Dr. Motuboma Imoke.
Oh, you're welcome.
I first want to applaud the doctor for his wonderful presentation. My addition is a kind of addition, not a question actually.
Okay.
most times when we talk about strategic planning, we want to emphasize the need for training.
Yes.
People have great plans, people have great ambitions, but when it is not well directed and channeled, then it doesn't come out well. I think my first experience with strategic planning, when I got introduced into it, we failed, not because we didn't have the motivation, not because we didn't have the intention, but because we didn't get the right training to actually carry out the implementation of the action plan of that strategic plan document. So when we talk about strategic plan, we should not, we should always emphasize the need for those that will actually carry out this plan to be trained properly in the strategic plan process. Is very simple as well as very technical. So when people don't know what to do, even if they want to do it, it becomes an issue. So we want to see how CEOs, directors, and managers should invest. I heard somebody said his workers are here, he's going to evaluate them based on that. Excellent. You don't expect people to do work which they are not trained to do. It's very sensitive. You might have a goal, you might have a plan, you have a map, but you can't achieve it because you don't even know how to get there. So while we talk about strategic planning, we also want to emphasize the need for those that will carry out this plan that are involved. As we get management buy-in, those that are involved should be adequately trained so that they can achieve that goal at the end of the day. Thank you very much, sir.
All right,
thank you so much. Permission Director, that reminds me with my nursery, my primary one, I didn't do nursery anyway, that if somebody contributed excellently, they say, well, we do. Well done. Motuboma. Try again another day. Creep, 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 creep. Very excellent. I spoke about it and I made it in form of communicate it to people that are concerned. I also talked about it, that also their even opinion in drawing the plan is very important. Thank you so much. That training is key because consciousness is vehicle for every development. When people are not conscious or trained or develop in that area, they cannot think in that line. Thank you very much. On that note, please, before I thank everybody for good listening, my chairman is there, Honorable Dr. Usman Buhari Ali Gondu. I salute you, sir. I've taken your number. I will call you after. God bless you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful experience. And to the doctor that just contributed, please forgive me. I don't want to murder your name again. That was a very wonderful contribution. Last week or so, yes, last week, we were engaged by a company. I saw the director here today on strategic planning. And it was a 3 days intensive workshop on strategic planning. And by the time we were done, they were ready to adapt, they were ready to work, they were ready to get things done. So strategic planning, as it were, more of the driving force lies on the capacity of the people who are going to be driving that. And to improve capacity, training is needed. Irrespective of the goals we set, if we don't have the capacity to achieve those goals, they will just remain goals. The reality will be far. So thank you so much again, Dr. Mutuboma. Thank you so much. All right, so Dr. Usman, please, to round up your section, please, your parting words as we move to the next section.
Thank you so much. I will still repeat the quotation. Great things are done by series of small things brought together. Don't neglect the little things. Let this presentation not condemn you. Don't feel you are doing bad. Don't feel you are not yet there. Don't feel that is the reason why you are failing. But be optimistic, draw back, take a stock, re-strategize. Go with what Mas Moron says. picture your future, and then you can future in the future. See the way you want to see your organization in 50 countries, having an employee of 5,000, 10,000, a balance sheet in dollars, in trillions. Don't give up, start all over again, and don't neglect this little beginning. You shall be great, and we'll all meet up there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for everyone that have listened to me. This material will be shared as directed by the director, and I'm trusting God that we all meet up there. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of the session.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Bassey. It's a wonderful thing having you today. Your response to this training, even with the short notice, is very highly appreciated, and we thank you so much. I believe the choice we made to bring you here today wasn't a wasted one, and I can bet that everyone today had been fired up to go do it right. Thank you for that those parting words, and God bless you. Really good. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, Dr. Bassey is a management consultant, currently serving or having some of his time with NAI University as a lecturer. He is also a politician, a House of Rep member to be. By 2023, he's going to be representing us at the federal level. He's also a fellow of the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, a chartered management consultant from the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants USA, a chartered fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants USA, an alumni of Lagos Business School, alumni of Edinburgh Business School, holder of several masters, among which is strategic planning, holder of PhD, holder of a wife and children. Thank you so much, Doc. And you have a wonderful time.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
All right, so quickly, let's just take some of announcements, then we'll move to our next session. We're going to be doing two things very quickly. We are going to be taking organizational capacity assessment. All of the tools he has mentioned, we just pick only one. There are several tools he mentioned. He mentioned the SWOT analysis, he mentioned gap analysis, situation analysis, PESTO analysis, and all of that. But we just pick only one, and then that will help us in working with the other ones. So before we get there, let's quickly listen to these announcements again. So remember, our class is going to be rounding up in a moment. Now, for announcement purposes, okay. So this is a strategic planning workshop organized for management consultants, organized for directors, CEOs, business executives, and others. Now, this is a professional development class and not a seminar, so professional ethics are expected from all participants at all times. I must commend, since the start of the program, we've been enjoying good decorum. Thank you. For each class section is to last for at least 2 hours, 30 minutes, or maximum of 2 hours, 30 minutes, rather. For order, please ensure to mute your mics to avoid distractions. For questions, we permit questions at the end of the class. You could raise your hand to ask your questions. You could put them in the chat room. For study materials, please, study materials and certifications are upon request. So as you make your request, we'll get them across to you. For all we're expecting here today, we're expecting quality delivery interactions, reviewing case studies, and opportunity for certification. Now, for IPM certification, for the certificate rather, if you're a member of IPM, your fee is just a token of 7.5. If you are a member of IPM, it's just a token of 7.5 or $20. And that will include your training, certificates, manual, and every other thing that need to be included, including the videos. Now, for non-members, it's just 27,000 naira. Sorry, $27 or 10,000 naira rather. $27 or 10,000 naira. So you could make the payments via the Zenith account displayed right on the screen. I could call that out: 10 17 85 96 14. 10 17 85 96 14. 10 17 85 96 14. So you can make the transfer to that account and then let us know. Or if you're outside of Nigeria, you could make the payment via paystack.com/pay/IIPM. Some important things you may need to know about IPM, about our accreditation. We are accredited by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, Center for Management Development, Nigeria, Society for Human Resource Management, USA, and Chartered Institute of Management Consultant, USA. We are also in affiliation with the Professional Evaluation and Certifications Board, Canada. And we have other partnerships with universities within Nigeria and all of that. Now, that's all for now on announcement. Please do ensure to sign your attendance for the first section and the last section for the day. Our first section will be ending by 2, and our last section, second section will be reopening by 3, and then the last section will be ending by 5. So between those time, make sure you sign your attendance. All right. So for our second section for today, we are going to be looking at organizational capacity assessment, 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 organizational capacity assessment. But before we proceed, remember the assignment Dr. Bassey gave: develop a strategy plan for your organization or for yourself. It doesn't have to be a big document. It's actually dots upon dots, lines upon lines, precepts upon precepts, and then you start getting it gradually. All right? Okay. Now, before we go to the next section, or now that we're in the next section of capacity assessment, organizational capacity assessment, Dr. Imoke said something. She said the first time they ever tried to run strategy planning, the execution, it didn't work, they failed. So the question is, why did it fail? Although she identified one of the major challenges, that could be that the people who were to do the execution didn't have enough capacity to do so. So they needed to have enough training. All right. Okay. So that is one thing. Now, I want to ask a question. And that question is a question that Dr. Bassey asked in a section. And that question is to discuss how personality affects strategy planning. How personality affects strategy planning. So I'm going to take one or two inputs, and then we'll proceed to the next question. How does personality affect strategy planning? Although somehow the questions that have been raised, I've answered it, but I just want to hear our voices. So if you want to say something, kindly raise your hand and then we'll unmute you. How does personality affect strategy planning? How does personality affect strategy planning? Please, for those of us asking for attendance sheet, I suspect you just came into class now. Attendance will be shared by the end of the session. Thank you. So please, let's hang on till we are done with this section. Thank you. All right, Dr. Imoke, kindly unmute and let's hear from you again.
I think quickly, for in a sense, strategic plan management in an organization is a teamwork. So in aspects of maybe the CEO or the person heading the strategic plan organization or implementation, his personality goes a long way to identify strengths and weaknesses of his teammates. And he's going to see how he's going to allocate resources to, when I mean resources, not just financial, but resources on how to achieve that strategic plan document. If he has an appealing personality where he can harness the strengths and the weaknesses of his teammates, then he's going to go a long way to achieve the strategic plan implementation or the action plan at the end of the day. Our personality goes a long way to determine how successful we're going to be with a project or a task. Because if it's something that has to do with just me, then I'll go about doing it the way I want to do. But in an organization, it has to do with a lot of persons. It has to affect a lot of things. We're talking about maybe a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan. It's not just something you wake up and start and finish. So if you don't have an appealing and a professional personality, then it's going to affect the implementation of that strategic plan or the action plan that you set out to achieve. So for me, since it's a teamwork, anybody that is handling the project of organizing or implementing the strategic plan document should be ready to work professionally, harnessing all the resources he can from his teammates so that they can achieve it at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you so much. She mentioned about professional personality. Professional personality. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Imoke. All right, do we have any other contribution in that light? How does personality affect strategic planning? How does strategic planning, how does personality affect strategy? Okay, Olufolakemi Kafayat. Thank you so much. Please kindly unmute. Forgive me for murdering your name. Olufolakemi. Kindly unmute. Let's hear from you.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That will be Olufolakemi Kafayat Saleh Ahmed.
Thank you so much. I will have to go and take a class on that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I think key to that is the understanding of personality traits at its basic.
Okay.
Because personalities itself is so diverse that it's also intertwined. One person might have a choleric personality as the main, but underneath might also have some traits of a phlegmatic person. So it takes a key understanding of these traits to be able to unite a team. So basically, I think personality training people to understand other people's personality will go a long way in creating teams that work.
Okay, thank you so much, Mrs. Olufolakemi Kafayat Saleh.
Okay, Saleh Ahmed, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Now, she made mention of something very, very unique, very, very important, personality traits. We have basically 4 kinds of personality traits: the melancholy, the sanguine, the choleric, and the phlegmatic. Melancholy, sanguine, choleric, and phlegmatic. And it is so important that for us to know that each of these personality traits affect strategic planning. A sanguine might end up talking and not talking about execution. A melancholy might end up planning and not having the zeal or having the push to go and practice or execute. A phlegmatic may have all the time in the world to make it right, make sure that the plan is accurate, and then start looking for who to do it for him. So each of these personalities have its own effect on strategic planning. I love watching comedy skits a lot. That's what I used to realize. So yesterday, I was watching one, and this particular company, they had 2 directors. So one of the director was working as the MD, and the other director was working as the assistant managing director or deputy managing director. Now, they assumed MD had one trait. He had poor emotional intelligence. So he was busy framing up all the ladies in the office while the other one was busy fighting him for doing that. Now, at the end of the day, the business had nowhere it was heading to. Now, no matter how they want to engage in strategic planning, the other one that is called the MD had some sort of power to affect the execution process. One of the things he did in one of the movie I watched was that he could actually come out and just look at you and say, you're tired, go home. You're not working today. Just buy me food, buy this, do that. Just appease the gods and then you can go. Meanwhile, the other person is waiting for the same person, maybe a secretary, to come and do some work, typing, sending of emails, or all of that. And all of a sudden, they are nowhere to be found. So personality, to a great extent, affects strategic planning from its inception to its execution and review. All right. Okay. Thank you so much for all of these contributions. Now, I want to ask a very wonderful question. Simple. Now, how many of us have done our strategy sessions for the year? If your company has done its strategy sessions for the year, can you please type 11 in the chat room? And if yours have not done theirs for the year, please type 22 in the chat room. If your company has done its strategy session for the year, type 11 in the chat room. If yours had not done theirs for the year, please type 22 in the chat room. Okay, I've gotten a response. Okay, responses are coming. Please, everyone, just try and indicate. So if your company has done theirs, type 11. If your company has not done theirs, type 22. Okay, so we see quite a number of organizations or individuals who have done theirs and those who are still going to do theirs. All right, so we are going to answer this last question. If your organization doesn't do strategic planning at all, for the number of years you've spent in your organization, they've never had a strategic planning section, type 00. Your organization has never done strategy. Since you joined the organization, it has never done strategy planning sections. I'm not talking about meeting, I'm talking about strategy planning sections. They've never done strategy planning sessions since you joined the organizations, type 00. Okay, so I got 2 people, 3 people. Okay, so it's possible that organizations could actually be living without knowing exactly why they're living, just to make money. So for those of us who are in this section and organizations have not been prompt in carrying out strategic planning, please, we encourage you to encourage the organization to engage in strategic planning. There is something that Dr. Bassey said. He said strategic planning is dynamic. So is something that needs to be evolving. It mustn't be a one-stop yearly thing, but as often as you can, make sure you employ it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Engineer David. All right. Okay. So that being said, for those of us that have done strategic planning for the year, please, what were the challenges you faced in your strategic planning sections? What were the challenges you faced in your strategic planning sections? Please feel free to raise your hand and then I will unmute you. It's just for us to discuss. It will give us a better insight. For those of us who have not done it, we would look at the risks to look out for. So what were the challenges that you faced? And what did you people discuss? What were the major areas you people considered as topical? So for those of us that have done, can you please help us? Just raise your hand and then we'll unmute you. For those of us that have done theirs, please kindly raise your hand and then we will unmute you. It's a discussion time. I'm still waiting. Strategic planning, what what have been the major challenges, or what were the major challenges you faced during your strategic planning session? All right, Dr. Imoke, again, please kindly go ahead.
I think for my organization, one major challenge we faced when it has to do with our strategic planning session was to get management buy-in. It was a dream that some of us had because of the trainings and exposures we've had. So before the change of the new leadership, that we had a lot of things that were ongoing to achieve our strategic plan process and the implementation and all of that. But suddenly we had a change in the management of the organization. And for us to actually get the new management or the new CEO to buy into what we've already started was a big challenge, because to him, it was with the last person, it was with the last administration, it was the last management. We said, no, it's for the company. We are doing this because we wanted the company to benefit. So it's not just about the person that has gone. He also keyed into the strategic plan process. So it was a big challenge, but by the grace of God, we were able to convince him when he saw how far we've gone and what we stand to achieve if the strategic plan document was properly implemented. I think little by little, we got that challenge knocked off.
Okay, so challenge of management buy-in. Thank you so much. Okay, so for those of us that have done our strategic planning, what were the challenges we faced? Management buy-in remains a primary challenge for strategic planning. So which other, we had a whole lot of people raising their hands now. If you don't answer by will, then you will answer by choice. Choice that will give you now. Okay, so those of us that have done strategic planning this year or any other year, what were the challenges? I'm going back to the chat room to identify those who say they've done for the year. Except where you're staying is noisy. That's the only reason that we may not bother. I have Mr. Ibrahim Abubakar. He said they've done. Abiodun said they've not. Anthony said they have. DBC said they have. Joseph said they have. Shobo Wale said they have. Techno Camon 11 said they are in the process, and all of that. So what were the challenges we faced for those of us who have done? Because as soon as we are done with answering of these questions, it will help those who have not done to look out for what to expect. And then we will look at just one tool we can use in designing a strategic plan. And then also one tool we can use in organizational capacity assessment. All right. Okay. Does it mean we never had any challenge? Those of us that have done, we never had any challenge. Does it mean the implementation was also a challenge? Okay. That's from Trustly. Thank you. Okay. So let's hear from Mr. Abubakar. So Mr. Abubakar, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Mr. Ibrahim Abubakar Mikugi.
All right, thank you very much.
Good day, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, actually why I didn't talk early is because somebody discusses issue on the management buy-in.
Okay.
But my own experience, the challenge was purely from the department. Since I work with public organization, departments were also given serious challenge in terms of cooperating in giving us their operational informations, because what constitutes strategic plan document formulation has to come from the units and the department. Most departments seems not to understand much about the whole thing. So we receive a strategic document together. Thank God somebody has suggested training. And I think from this workshop, I've learned one very good thing, that people must be aware of what to do and what we should look for when it comes to strategic plan. So our own challenge, obviously, and basically was that of departments and unit not forthcoming in giving us the required information as what constitute their operational plans.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. That was very, very insightful. And that is also a primary challenge.
Thank you very much.
In strategic planning. Okay, so why Dr. Imoke identified management buy-in, top management buy-in, Mr. Ibrahim is identifying middle level issues. So I know somebody else will talk about, I just want us to have a whole systemic view of all of this. All right, please, Mr. Debisi, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. And I think that will be the final for now.
Hello.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I think the last speaker rightly said what, because I work in a public sector too, departments and the units. Most time they hardly come up with what they really want to do. And again, if they, at the end of the day, if they were able to come up with something, then one other thing that I think affects a lot of things in the public sector is the release of funds to really carry out most of this project of the things. And it's a very serious thing, because you may plan that within the first quarter of the year, this is what you want to achieve. The second quarter of the year, this is what you want to achieve. Everything that you need to get those things done, they may be in place in terms of planning and also all those things. But funding is a different thing. And you know that one comes from the federal. And if you don't have it, you don't have it. And I think that is a major thing, especially in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is also critical. You see, we are gradually harmonizing all of these factors. And as each of them are, there is no one that is more critical than the other. Now, from the chat room, we have capacity of staff to implement plan. I think there has been, Mr. Ibrahim mentioned that some of the staff do not have the requisite capacity to even do what they are expected to do. Okay, so he said that he's going to take the recommendation of Dr. Imoke to train their staff. Dr. Ibrahim, make sure that is IPM that is training those staff. If not, we'll come for you. All right, that's by the way. Okay, then also we have undermining the business environment. Thinking that the business environment might know what do we have to lose or whatever. Yeah, we have both the internal and the external business environment to look at when strategizing. Dr. Bassey talked about environmental scanning. And Dr. Anthony is talking about situations like COVID-19. There's unforeseen circumstances also. Okay, economic fluctuations, policy fluctuations, and all of that. All of these things, whether we believe it or yes, affect strategic planning. Now, going forward, I want to establish this, that strategic planning is why it is important for top management to drive strategic planning. It is not the sole responsibility of top management alone. We have the three levels in management. We have the top management, we have the middle management, and we have the low level management. Everybody needs to be involved in generating the inputs, in analyzing the input, in anticipating the expected outcomes from each of these things. So it's important for each of us to have this in mind. All right. Now, quickly, let's look at organizational capacity assessment. Organizational capacity assessment in 15 minutes or 20, we'll be done with that. Now, organizational capacity assessment is a structured tool for a facilitated, safe assessment of an organization's capacity, followed by action planning for capacity improvement. By the word capacity, we mean the ability that the organization has to carry out certain functions. And the capacity is in different levels, From top management, we have different capacities, leadership capacity, policies, and all of that. Operational level, we have systems, structures, procedures, and all of that. Then at the low level, we have issues to do with logistics, still part of operations, HR, and all of that. So when we talk about organizational capacity assessment, is an organization-wide assessment to find out if the organization has the capacity to achieve the goals, to achieve the vision, to achieve the mission that it has set for itself, as well as an individual. From the whole interaction we've been having so far, it has been identified that irrespective of the goals you set, you need to be equipped, train yourself to be able to meet those goals. So one of the processes that you could use in meeting organizational capacity needs is training. But before we come to identifying what kind of training that must be done, we must have done capacity assessment to know the different areas where there will be need for improvement. All right. Now, the self-assessment approach increases ownership of the action plan. So everybody gets to be aware of it and then gets to be part of it. From Mr. Ibrahim and from Mr. Debisi, they said something, said most of the challenges to strategic planning is having the commitment and the follow through of the middle level and the low level, right, management staff. Some of the reason why they do not comply on time is because they feel like it is not their responsibility. It's supposed to be the responsibility of the director. It's supposed to be the responsibility of the head of department. It's supposed to be the responsibility of the supervisor. No, when everyone is involved, it becomes everyone's property. So in carrying out strategic planning, in carrying out organizational capacity assessment, everyone needs to be involved. All right. When everyone is involved in identifying the challenges and then providing solutions to them, it'll be easy for everyone to buy into it. Now, the organizational capacity assessment format helps the organizations reflect on its processes, functions, and score itself against benchmarks. So you have a strategic plan. Your strategic plan, you had strategic goals, and you had articulated outcomes or result-based outcomes that by the end of the day, you say, yes, this is what we see as the product or the service or the deliverable or what we can see as a face. Okay. Now with an OCA, it's easy for you to say, okay, this was what we wanted to achieve. And then you could say, yes, we achieved it. By the end of the day, after executing your strategic plan, you could say, yes, we achieved it or not. So based on the discussions and the scoring, the organization shapes and sets priorities for actions it can take to strengthen its capacity. Okay, I will reflect back to that statement made by Dr. Bassey. Strategic planning is dynamic. If your strategic plan for the year never gets to be reviewed, then there's a challenge. It's one thing to plan, it's one thing to follow through the strategic plan. If your strategic plan for the year or for the years never get reviewed, that means you're not following the strategic plan. You only had a document maybe to fulfill all righteousness. But if you are following your strategic plan, even from day one, I assure you, you will have some beats, some lines to be stretched out, some things to be added, some things to be adjusted, some things to be modified. That's the essence of strategic plan. It creates the action plan, creates the direction that you must follow. All right. So by the discussions and the scoring you have from your OCA, you can now say, okay, this is what we need to do next and all of that. All right. Now we are going to discuss only one simple tool we can use for OCA. And please, you can replace organizational capacity assessment with individual capacity assessment. You know, Director Orela just said most of his staff are here and they are going to be using this for as basis for promotion. Thank you so much for that. But let me say this. In OCA, we must first of all know where we are as an organization so that we can know where we are going as an organization. It's important for us to know where we are as an organization. Define the processes and the strategies that will take us to where we want to be as an organization, and then follow through. That's very, very important. Now, whenever we talk about gap analysis, to some people, is basically identifying where we are and where we want to get to, and then deciding how to get there and case closed. But the responsibility of following it through is often a challenge. The implementation is often a challenge. Every now and then, I have the opportunity of training organizations. They always tell you their challenge. They always tell you where they are. They tell you where they want to get to. But the commitment to developing appropriate strategies, the commitment to restructuring, the commitment to following policies and procedures of the organization is always a challenge. All right. So while we are looking at gap analysis, I will not want you to look at it as a theoretical something. No. We will have to take the time and work on it ourselves. So for individuals, you need to do your gap analysis, and then we'll discuss the gap analysis here. All right. And then as an organization, you discuss, you do your gap analysis and then discuss it. All right. Okay. Now, there is someone that might be waiting for promotion for God knows how long, but he has never sat down for once to ask himself, yes, I know where I'm going, but what has been stopping me from getting there? Do I need a training? Do I need a certification? Do I need to talk to someone? What strategy do I need to adopt? Some of us don't really bother about that. You know, in the African context, we pray a lot. We are a very religious set of people. So most often we don't think, we only pray. Okay? There are situations that prayer will never settle until you sit down, think, find out why you are where you are. In fact, if you really want to pray a prayer that must be answered, doing gap analysis will help you so that you know what to pray about. If you need to pray for strength to do what you need to do, if you need to pray for resources to go for the training you need to go to, if you need to whatever thing, you just need to sit down and do a gap analysis on yourself. All right. Now, a gap analysis is an examination and assessment of your current performance for the purpose of identifying the differences between your current state of business or your current state of career and where you will like to be. So between where you are and where you want to be, do an examination, score yourself, then do an assessment. Find out the challenges, find out the obstacles, the things hindering you from getting to where you want to get to. All right, and then begin to develop strategies that will enhance your performance, improve on your capacity to deliver. All right. Now, 5 critical questions that every gap analysis should answer. Number 1, where are we now? Where am I now? That's your current state. So if you tell yourself the truth, let's assume you want to improve on your revenue, increase your revenue, maybe by 100%. So the question now is, where are we now? So maybe you are at 10 million now. All right, so you have to be realistic on that. Now, where do we need to be? That's your future state. From 10 million, we want to get to 20 million. That's 100%. That's a good one. But you know, it's not an easy journey, right? It's easy for a child to say, I want to be a doctor, but he has to pay the price to becoming a doctor. It's easy for a child to say, I want to be a lawyer. All right. Now, why do we need to be there? That's your vision. Stating out your vision, stating out your goals, stating out your objectives. Why do we need to have 100% increase in our revenue? Dr. Bassey said something. He said some people, they assume strategic planning to be goal setting, which is not. Goal setting is just a part of strategic planning. So some people in their plan for the year, their plan for the day, their plan for, is all about what? The how, the when, the where is not obtainable. Okay, So why do I need to be there? Why do I need to have 100% increase in my revenue? If you want to be promoted, why do I need to be promoted? If you need to come out of poverty, why do you need to come out of poverty? You want to get for a certification, why do I need a certification? Until the objective is well established, until the vision is well established, implementation will always be a drag. Because it is the objective, it is the why that gives us the results at the end of the day. The impact, the sustainable rewards of those actions that you want to take. All right. Now, how do we get there? Defining your actions, defining your strategies. And of course, we know that our action plan will always have to deal with the tasks that need to be done, when we need to do it, who needs to do it, for who we are doing it for, if that is required. So the tasks that need to be done, when we need to do it, how we need to do it, who needs to do it, the objective of doing it, what do we expect at the end of the day after we've done such tasks, the resources needed to do those tasks. All of that will be captured in your plan. Okay, all of that will need to be captured in your action plan or your strategy or your strategies. Now, the last one there, which is what do we need to get there? And that borders around resources. Mr. Bassey rightly pointed that out. Okay, Mr. Bassey rightly pointed that out. It's easy to plan. It's easy to do a whole lot of planning. But most often, if there is no management buy-in, release of resources could be a challenge. Okay, although this is not a project funding training or what, maybe startup, a business finance for startups. But for those of us that are in charge of action planning and we are the decision makers, please always make sure that you have resources enough to take care of your action plan. Even if you don't have the resources all at hand, make sure you have strategies that will raise resources that you need. In all of these things we've been saying, one of the recurring thing is that one of the challenges of strategic planning is the capacity of staff. They are going to be either implementing or planning or reviewing. So do you need training? What are the resources for training? Let them be made available. Okay, very, very important. Very, very important. Now, moving forward, this is just what gap analysis is all about. So your current state versus your desired state, and then what are the key steps to bridge this? What are the key steps to bridge this? That will give you what you call your action plan. That will give you what you call your action plan. Okay, that will give you what you call your action plan. Now, as we round up, how do we conduct gap analysis? This is where we are going to focus more on. It could be for a department, it could be for the organization as a whole, it could be for a unit. So, number one, identify the current state of your department, of your unit, of your organization. If it is a personal gap analysis, identify your current state. And please, let me be specific here also that strategic planning covers a whole lot. So it could be strategic planning with financial goals, with family goals, with business goals, HR goals, marketing goals, business development goals, and all of that. So it's sure to define the current state of whichever angle you want to take. Okay. Now, the second one is identifying where you want to be with yourself, with your department, with your unit, with your directorate, with your organization. Now, identify the gaps. Those gaps simply means the things The difference between where you are and where you want to be, they are the gaps. So what are those possible things that are hindering you from getting to where you want to be? It could be the gaps. It could be gap of lack of capacity of staff, adequately skilled staff. It could be lack of management buy-in, that's a gap. It could be gaps created by competitors, by the external environment. It could be gaps created by policies. It could be gaps. To all IPM members here, we've shared the 2022 national budget for Nigeria. Okay, when you look at the national budget, in fact, if you are a business person here and you don't have national budget by now, that means there is a challenge somewhere. Okay, one of my mentors told me something. He said, no matter the kind of customers you have, always ensure to have government as part of your customers. Apart from the fact that having government as a customer serves as a marketing platform for you, it also gives you leverage to earn more. So if you want to get 100 million, 200 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, those provisions are already available in the national budget. All you need to do is go and find the one the organization is up for, and then check for your gap. Are there things that you need to have? Maybe there are certain accreditations you need to make or have. There are certain personal kind of people you need to have in your work structure or work environment. There is a kind of work structure you need to have. There is a volume of shares you need to have. There are certain clearance you need to have. All of those gaps, by the time you meet them, you are ready for the opportunity. 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 So look at the gaps extensively and then identify them. Now, number 4, devise improvement to close the gaps. If lack of adequately skilled capacity is the problem, then identify the necessary trainings to put them through. If not having the necessary documentation is the problem, then go for your documentations. If not having the right strategies is a problem, then you may have to look for partnerships and collaborations or get a consultant who can work with you. If the problem is a lack of resources, then you can also seek for collaborations. If the problem or if the gap is lack of physical presence, then you could also look at other collaborative means or digital means that could close that gap. By all means, go back, re-strategize, and come up with things that will work. By all means, go back to the table, re-strategize, and come up with things that will work. Now, after the gap analysis, what do you need to do? Choose a framework that helps organize your plans. Document your plans. Have a reminder framework that will always tell you what to do. Dr. Bassey said, he always puts it everywhere in his house. And that is very, very good. Okay, the kind of car you want to buy, you put it in front of your laptop as your wallpaper. Okay, put it on your screen. The kind of business expansion you want to do. You see, we in IIPM, as soon as we are done with our strategic plan for the year, every staff carries it around. Every staff, not some. It's not only for top management, it's everybody's responsibility. Everybody planned it. Everybody must take responsibility in it. We print a copy and give everybody. The ones that need to be posted at strategic positions or strategic places in the office, we'll place them. So everybody needs to be part of the whole ministry because we planned it. We must own it. So find a framework that will work for you. Do you want to use social media platform, a communication framework that will help you constantly communicate? Every member of IPM, as soon as the brochure for the year is out, everybody has it. So that you don't ask us, what are you doing this year? No, you already know what we're doing. If our brochure is too late, before 1 month to the event, we'll tell you in advance what we are doing so that you can also, if you have to tell someone, who will tell someone that will tell someone, you have all the time to do that. So what framework do you need to choose? Consider your leadership framework, consider your HR framework, consider your communication framework, consider your business development framework, consider your marketing framework, consider your relationship framework, consider all the appropriate frameworks that will help you organize and realize your plans. Then develop your framework with goals, measures, and projects identified in the gap analysis. Then put your plan into action and track your progress. Execute and review, monitor and evaluate. It is monitor and evaluation that will tell you whether you need to go back to the table to re-strategize or not. The report from M&E will tell you whether you are on track or you need to review. Okay, whether you are on track or you need to what? You need to review. Whether you are on track or you need to review. All right. Okay. Now, I will run through this again. This is a process, okay? So if you want to conduct a strategic plan, now you have something you can use to work. Number one, identify your current state, use gap analysis, identify your current state as a person, as a department, as a unit, as an organization. Then identify where you want to be with your department, then identify the gaps in your department, devise improvement to close the gaps in your department or yourself. Okay, you see, so many of us have goals. I will repeat that again, but we don't have plans to achieve those goals. This year, I will marry. This year, I will do this. This year, I will buy car. This year, I will buy house. This year, I will buy land. This year, I will do that. How are you going to do that? I don't know. Why are you doing that? I don't know. When do you want to do that? Maybe as the Lord lives is this year. What time exactly? I don't know. So identifying our current state at whatever level is very, very important. Now, identifying where you want to be, then identifying the gaps in your department, devising improvements to close those gaps in your department, then choose a framework that helps you organize your plans, develop your framework with goals, measures, and projects identified in the gap analysis, then put your plan into action, and then monitor and evaluate or track. All right, now, thank you so much for listening to me. If you have questions, because we are going to the practical session now where you will be left alone to wrestle for yourself. Now, any question for me from the processes we've discussed, is there something that need to be put into consideration? Someone here said something, said what Dr. Bassey talked about, it can easily be referred to as vision board or vision boarding. It is this is one of the modern strategies that is proposed internationally as best practice to strengthen goals and objective achievement and planning objectively. That is from Dr. Osakwe, with purpose intentional planning. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Osakwe, for that. Okay, so do we have questions? Do we have contributions? A gap analysis, is it difficult? Will it be difficult for you to do? Is there something you don't understand in it? Please ask me now so that I can answer you. Okay, please, Mr. Ibrahim, kindly unmute and let's hear from you, sir.
Thank you very much. As usual, I think this is Benito.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have seen the where, the how, and I look at this from beginning to the end. People matters. That means who does what. I don't seem to see it, even though when you have a gap and you want to take action to make sure that you bridge those gaps, people are very, very important. So when I see where do I want to be, how do I want to get there, and you are looking at allocation of resources, by way of my own contribution, actually was looking at the who aspect of it. Okay. I don't know where who will be fitted here. Is it in the gap analysis, or is it when we get to the strategic plan? Because the whole thing is about people. Most importantly, one chief executive said he came with his people to this workshop. So I begin to see people now have to feature in a place where the where, the when, and the how will now be complete with who.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful observation. Okay. If you could remember when I was talking about how do we get there? Talking about describing action plans and strategies. I mentioned that the things you will have to battle with in dealing with that is that you talk about the tasks, you talk about when, you talk about who. First of all, who will do it, and then who are we doing it for? So if you look at number 4, which is how do we get there? The action plan covers the tasks to be done or the activities to be done. Then when are we doing it? Who is responsible for doing it?
Okay.
Then who are we doing it for? If it's a client we are working for, who is the client? Customer we're working for, who is the customer? So your action plan details. Now, if you go forward to the next slide on this place, I would say identify the gaps in your department. I also mentioned that the gaps could be people gaps.
Okay.
You know, you mentioned earlier that lack of adequately skilled manpower can affect strategic planning. All right. Now, when you look at that, it's already a gap. People become a gap.
Okay. It's all right. I'm with you now.
All right. So identifying the gaps, people inefficiencies or people inadequacies could form a gap. Finance resources could form a gap. Other things, time constraints could form a gap, and all of that. Are we together, sir? Okay. I think we are together. All right. Please, do we have any other question? Any other question? This issue he raised, please note, we are not here to do theory. We don't know how to do theory. We just guide you through and then allow you to do your work. If this was to be an organizational something, we'll give you 1 hour or 2 hours. Design your gap analysis and let's see, so that all of us will discuss it. Okay, so when we say we do strategy sessions for 3 days, it's not as though we keep straight firing for 3 days. No, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours will give you time. Go and design your gap analysis. Go and design your SWOT analysis. Go and design your PESTO. Go and design we just design and let's discuss it. Okay, all right, please, any other question? Any other contribution? We'll be rounding up in a moment now. Okay, could there be any challenge in carrying out what we are seeing here on the screen? Could there be any challenge with anyone? Could anyone have any challenge? They ask you now, prepare strategy plan for your unit, and you want to use gap analysis. Is there anyone here that will have any challenge? Is there anyone that will have any challenge? Is there any of the questions here or any of the steps that you think you've not understood? Okay, so if that be the case, we'll now allow you to wrestle for yourself. So we have a simple assignment here. Dr. Bassey said you should develop a strategy plan, even if it's 1 page for your organization. Now you're going to use gap analysis to develop that strategy plan. So if it is for yourself, do that. If it is for your business, do that. And then we'll have a moment to share. But to make sure that everyone is doing this, we are going to split us into groups now. Will allow us into groups, or perhaps which one do you prefer? Do you want to do it by yourself or do you want to do it as a group? So let's have so that we don't, we want everyone to be involved. So do you want to do it as a group or do you want to do it as individual? Group or individual? If it is group, type 1-1. If it is individual, type 2-2. Group 1-1. The first 6 will help us to decide what we'll do. Okay, so we have group 1-1. Okay, so the groups have it. Okay, so this is what you're going to do for us right now. We are going to split this class into groups. So please, you're receiving an invite to join a group. Automatically join the group. Okay, then if you want to do, decide the name of the organization you want to, an abstract organization, form a company for yourself, and then do a gap analysis for the company. If you want to use already existing company among yourself, please feel free to use any of the existing companies and then perform a gap analysis. In the next 30 minutes, we'll come back, discuss it. This is 12:51. So by 1:30, we'll be back to discuss all of this. And then by 2 o'clock, we'll go for break. Please endeavor to take your attendance. The attendance will be shared during the discussion sections. So conduct a gap analysis for any business of your choice. So we are breaking us into groups now. Do I have any question before I split this class? I'm about splitting the class right now. If I split the class, just join the group where you are. Don't leave the group. Just join the group where you are. Don't leave the class. Join the group where you are. If by network you are driven out, when you come back, just join anyone and continue from there. Or you could just tell us your group and then we send you to that place. Any question? All right, Mr. Emmanuel, please kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Mr. Emmanuel?
Good morning, sir, and Happy New Year, sir.
Same to you, sir.
I'm sorry for joining late. I need a recap, even though if it's 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. You need a cap that is recapped. Okay, so we'll send the cap to you now. All right. Any other one? Please help us type the question. No, the question is already on the screen. Conduct a gap analysis. If you want to do person, okay, so since we are doing group, leave the person out. Just do gap analysis for any business of your choice. It could be gap analysis for the whole business. It could be gap analysis for a unit in the business, maybe marketing unit, HR unit, business development unit, procurement unit, logistics. Just do a gap analysis. It's either you're doing on the whole business or you're doing on a particular unit in the business. All we want to have at the end of the day is that, yes, you and your team, you're able to conduct gap analysis and you're able to develop a strategic plan using gap analysis. All right. Okay. Any other one? Can we split the class now? Can we split to our respective classes now? So we are 70. We are 70 and we are splitting it into 10 groups. So each group will be made up of 7 people. We are 71 now. So each group should at least have 5 persons. Okay. So we are assigning you automatically. So as soon as I create, you are going to have an invitation to join your group. So kindly join. After the whole discussion, by 1:30, we'll be back to hear your presentation. So as you prepare, choose someone who will present for you. All right. Thank you. Some people are joining. Some people are yet to join. So please kindly accept your own group and join. Kindly accept your own group and make sure you are active in your own group. Okay, accept your own group and join. Group 2, we have Adeshui, Elon Trema, Folashade Jaffa, Onwe Pius Tena. Group 3, we have Emmanuel. Okay, I think almost all the group 3 people are there. We have Rebecca, we have Temitokwe. Group 4, we have Afoke Ogene. that has not joined. So please kindly find your group and join. Group 6, Hanatu Usman has not joined. Innocent Abu has not joined. Usman Sanusi has not joined. Group 7, Abubakar Abdul Karim has not joined. Titus Musa has not joined. Group 8, Ifani Ilokwe has not joined. Ifoma Eze has not joined. Group 9, Chidike, Dr. Alice, Fatoye, Rose, they've not joined. Group 10, Damilola, Samson has not joined. So please, let's join our groups. Let's please join our groups. Please, when you get to your group, unmute. When you get to your group, unmute and then start your discussion. If you're just joining, I'm assigning you right now. So please join to the one you've been assigned to, and please make your contributions in the group. If you are just coming in, please join the group you're being assigned to, and then please make sure you're contributing. If you're just coming in, please join the group you're being assigned to and make sure you're contributing. Timothy Jide, you're in group 1, you've not joined. Group 2 is complete. Group 3, Rebecca has not joined. Group 4, Afo. Okay. Please, if you're coming in, just make sure you join a group. If you're just coming in, make sure you join a group. All right, please, we'll have 30 minutes for this discussion. Let all the groups put their heads together and come up with a report, a gap analysis report. Thank you. Mr. Titus. Mr. Titus. you are not in your group. Okay, some people moved out from their groups, maybe due to network. So please, if you want to return back to your group, kindly type the group in the chat room so that we can send you back to your group. Sorry. Okay, our time is up, so let's begin to round up. Our time is up, let's begin to round up. Group presenters, begin to put your work in order. So in the next 2 minutes, we are coming up. 4:32, we are closing all the groups. Sorry, 1:32 rather. So in the next 2 minutes. All right, thank you so much. We are collapsing all the groups, so let's please return to the main classroom. Thank you. Is the light now? Okay, sir. Is well, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, we're all welcome back from the sections. Some people are still in their groups. So please, let's kindly reconverge. And some people are just coming in. I can see people like Dr. Lucas, they are just coming in. They went for wedding ceremony. Okay. Are there people still in their rooms? If you're in your room, you're wrong. Please leave the room and come to the class. Okay, so we have gone through a discussion section on gap analysis. So although there were people that network was throwing in and out, but there are some people who had major discussions. So we will be having to listen to you now. For everyone that participated fully in the group discussions, well done. For the people that network could not permit, well done too, at least you tried. For the people that were in their group and they never said anything, that is the effect of personality on strategic planning. You just gave us a practical perspective. Effect of personality, there is a group that is up to 6. Nobody said anything there. Some were up to 5. Nobody said anything there. I was even pleading with them to say something. They were digitally present, but in class, not present. The effect of personality in strategic planning, we just saw that play a major role. So please, for the groups who really did their work, we'll give you the opportunity to make your presentations and then we'll review all of that together. Remember, there are 5 critical questions we are answering, and that is, where are we now? Where do we need to be? Why do we need to be there? How do we get to be there? And what do we need to get there? All right, so please, if your group had their discussion, kindly raise your hand and then let's have the discussion. Please, we want to close before 2. We don't want to drag this. The lecture is supposed to end by 2, but we want to close before 2 so that you can have your rest, and then we can resume by 3. We want to have 1 hour break and then we'll be back. Please, for the groups that had their discussions, kindly raise your hand. Whether your group 1 or 2 or 3, doesn't matter. Just raise your hand and tell us what you shared. Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, if you did not discuss, don't tell us why you did not discuss. We will not listen to you. We are only listening to those who really discuss, and they are telling us what the result of their discussion is. All right. Thank you. So I'm unmuting Mr. Emmanuel. Please, Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead. Mr. Emmanuel, please kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Actually, we look at HR.
Okay.
Where we are now, we are still doing things manually.
What's the name of your organization?
I'm in security department. It's a religious organization.
Is it what your group decided to work on?
Yes, HR. Yes, yes,
okay,
yes.
So go ahead.
So where are we now? Manually, we are doing things in the HR. Where do we need to be? Is that we should be doing things digitally. And what do we need to be there? We should all go more to go and put ourselves more in ICT training. So those are the 3 things we discussed.
You answered only 3 out of 5. So question number 1 is, where are you now? You are in manual state of HR operations. Where do you want to be? You want to be in digital state. So why do you need to be there?
Okay, we need to be there because the world has gone digitally now. So we need to, that is why we need to be there. We can't continue to do things manually.
Okay.
And how do we get there? It's by going for more training in ICT so that you can be 21st century compliant.
All right.
What do we need to get there? Hey, money. Thank you, sir.
You say you need money. Okay, thank you. So you need money for training. Thank you. All right. Which other group is ready? Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Fatoye, please kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Fatoye, please kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Banito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fatoye.
Yes, sir. Happy New Year, sir.
Same to you.
Yes, sir. Me and my group, we are part of an organization, an agro-allied organization. The name of the organization is Agro Wealth.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So, our current state right now is we are presently just among the agro products producing organization in Nigeria. We don't have a specific, we are just in general, we produce everything.
Okay.
So where we want to be right now is we are thinking of becoming or joining the lead organization in terms of maize production.
Okay.
In terms of quality maize production and quality maize byproduct and agro produce.
So you want to be known for maize production?
Yes, we want to be known for to be part of the leading organization, both in Nigeria and West Africa, in terms of maize production and maize produce.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and based on the gaps we identified, please, can I'll need a few minutes. Based on the gap we identified, part of the gap we identified was to actually bridge that gap. We realized we need to improve the quality of maize produce we have. We need to partner with other organizations that are actually experienced in that segment of agricultural produce. And we need to enlighten our workers and staff and partner with local farmers through communication need, because we realize that there has been some lack of minimum communication between the bigger agro organization and the local farmers. Are you with me, sir?
Yes, we are with you. Go ahead.
And we discovered the quality of farm inputs, like the fertilizers, the manure. Are we going for organic produce, or are we going for the inorganic produce where we make use of the fertilizers, or are we identifying ourselves as an organic producing maize organization, or we are going with the inorganic whereby we make use of the fertilizers? So the method we are making use of in closing this gap is by one, purchasing or acquiring or leasing or partnering with local farmers who already have their lands already. Two, we supply them, or we supply them with the manures or the inputs that is needed. Three, we get them the funds in which for them we help them to improve the quality of maize produce. And number four, we do this aggressive takeover on the market by marketing, advertisements, by partnership with other organizations, by improving the quantity and the quality of the produce we make, so as to also maximize much of the profits that we take from the maize production and the maize produce.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Fatoye, for that. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Mrs. Miss Folakemi. Sorry, I omitted your this thing when I was unmuted. So please kindly unmute and listen from you, Mrs. Folakemi.
I'll save you the stress, sir. Okay, Sally Ahmed will do, sir.
No problem.
So I'm with group one.
Yes.
And we came up with this company. We called it Trusted Foods and Beverages Limited.
Okay.
Our vision is to create a healthy and to make available healthy and affordable foods and beverages to the Nigerian populace. The reason why we did this, okay, our mission also is to become the preferred household name for commodity sales and supply in Nigeria. We perceived a lacuna during the COVID-19 period, where food and beverages were not easily accessible to people because of the restraint in movement. So we devised means of getting food to them without them leaving their homes. Now we started this company in 2019 with a share capital of 1.5 million and a staff strength of 10 people. So that is where we are coming from. Now, where we want to be in a place where we can create our own website. And instead of having people come to us on Facebook, they can actually come to us through our website. We also want to be in a place where we can have our own delivery system instead of where we were using dispatch riders who just came to us from the general public. We want to have our own delivery vans and vehicles and bikes. We want to expand our frontiers so that we'll have brick and mortar locations in other places. Our main base is in Lagos, so we want to have brick and mortar locations in all the major cities in Nigeria. We also want to increase our advertising prowess so that we actually get to everybody in every corner of the country, wherever they are. We also need to increase our supply chain and our suppliers as well. So that is where we look forward to being in the short term. Why do we want to be here? Yes, we want to grow our business to an enviable place where we can compete favorably with the big names in Nigeria. We want to also create more employment for people. So, because right now we have a very small staff strength, we also intend to create more employment for people, and we also intend to make profits as well, because that is the key reason why you create a business in any case. So the question now, how do we get there? Now, how do we get there? We need to increase our quality assurance. We need to make sure that we don't have a situation like we always see online. This is what I ordered, this is what I got. We want to eliminate that. We want to make sure that whatever quality we are delivering is top-notch. This will depend greatly on our level of integrity. It will reflect that we are it will put us in a position of being a formidable contender in the commodity sales market. We also need to increase our physical presence, like I said. If we want to get that leverage, we have to be physically present in all these major cities in the country. And we also have to devise marketing strategies to include discounts and giveaways. We need to include bonanzas and promotions generally. So what we need to get to where we want to be, we need to increase our share capital. We might have to do this through loans or selling shares, as the case may be. We need more physical outlets. Like I said, desperately, we need more physical outlets for our expansion purpose. Then we need more online presence. Yes, like I said earlier, we need to create a website. We need to have presence in all the social media platforms that work, and we need personnel to do this. So we need to increase the number of personnel that we have. We need to increase, especially in accounting, because we are doing commodity that has to do with cash, a lot of cash flow. We need audits. We need personnel in audit so that we do not run at a loss, and we're able to monitor the flow of our income and expenditure. We need to increase our customer care service. Being basically an online market, customer service is key, and we have to be accessible at all times. We believe that if we are able to do this, then we'll be able to fill the gap in the business. So that's about all we have.
That's lovely. Thank you. Which group is that? Group what is that?
It's group 1.
Okay, group 1. Well done. Thank you so much. That was quite elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so we have Mr. Ibrahim. Please, Mr. Ibrahim, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Please, if there are other groups that have not presented, kindly raise your hand. We have 10 groups, and I think we only have 4 groups so far. Mr. Ibrahim, kindly unmute, please.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry, actually was not to present. You know, I was the one that was having serious network challenges. But we're only able to interact for just short period with my colleagues. We're only 3 in our group.
Okay.
So we decided to pick hospitality business, fast foods in particular, and very, very related to that of one discussion. We just look at the need for people to have access to fast food instead of wasting much time at home before they go to office, and while in the office they feel more comfortable. We look at it that there is need for us to be looking at the future of our work vis-a-vis ability to have self-service And then to get there, definitely we just want to capture enough number of customers around the environment. We based in Abuja, and looking at the way things are, after the COVID-19, we found out that we need to expand more, to be more visionary, to cover more population. And to do that, we need to engage more people. Going more digital is a very good one, but we also intend to have the strategy of developing sound and wider network. This network must not, will not be achieved without knowing how to, what to do to get there. We need to motivate our people. We need to do what we call division of labor. And also at the end of the day, we also have to find a way of inducing commitment from our workers. Since the network was so bad, we couldn't discuss the remaining aspect with one of my Dr. Usman, somebody. So we decided to leave it there. So this is the little we're able to do. That is room 10.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having the time to discuss even with the challenges that you were faced with. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's have Mr. Titus. Please, Mr. Titus, kindly mute. Mr. Titus.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Titus Musa, representing Group 7. Where we are a fast-moving consumable production company.
What's the name of your company?
Consumable Goods.
Okay.
And FMCG. And then two of our major products, that we looked at critically, considering the weather. One, we are into producing body moisturizers, looking at the weather, how hot it can really be outside. We're trying to produce a cream, a body moisturizer that will be good for our skin, especially with the weather. Now, we are also into the other product is a food condiment that we looked at. What do we call diet, how people eat, and food. Usually, especially the poor, don't get their food, the diet balanced, the proper nutrients. So we have produced a food condiment that will balance that for the poor people. So we are looking at both the high and the low. So where do we need to be in the future? Yes, well, from this, we looked at, we started as a small company with a production capacity of about 1,000 units, and it's quite small. So we want to grow to a larger scale, and in doing that, in our future state, we're looking at improving our machineries, our production machineries. We're looking at also employing more hands, and we're looking at raising our capital base. Then why do we need to be there? Yes, our vision. Like I said earlier, we've looked at, especially from the rural areas, how malnutrition is dealing with people. So we look at it as a thing of concern, not just a thing of making money. So if we can produce this food condiment that when these poor people use, it's going to improve the nutritional value of what they consume. And in doing that, we're looking at producing them in small sachets for the poor people, because today you'll all agree with me that the economy is terrible, that people cannot afford to buy things that everyone buys in the market. So we want to produce this thing in small sachets that they can buy with a 50 naira and 100 naira. And then how do we get there? We are going to raise a lot of campaigns. We're going to go to the people. We won't just allow people to go looking for our product. We're taking the products to them, to where they are. And our major area of focus is the rural areas, because that is where we're concerned with. And once we raise this awareness, we're not just, like I said, our business, in as much as we're looking at making profit, we're also concerned about the people. And so we are going to draw the attention of foreign agencies that are also concerned with humanitarian activities. So they will come in, they're going to give us some support, as we see, in as much as we are into business, we're also concerned with livelihood of persons. And then what are our actions, plans, and strategies? Like I said, we'll take campaigns to the people. We'll go to the rural areas. We're going to get people, large companies, buy into our product, take them to make our presence felt in every rural community. What do we need to do to get there? A lot of awareness campaign, a lot of training of our people to see that our focus right ab initio is not just profit. In as much as we're looking at profit, our focus is how to improve on human lives. So we're very concerned about the product, because these are consumables. We're very concerned. We are concerned on the health of people, and that's why it's going to involve a lot of people in this campaign. And that's basically what we have done. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Titus, and your group for that wonderful work. Okay, because of time, this is almost 2 o'clock, so we are closing right now, and then we'll be reconvening by 3:30 instead of 3. So we are sharing the attendance, so please ensure to take your attendance. By the time we reconvene by 3:30, we will be able to take other groups. All right. When we come back by 3:30, we'll be looking at goals, and then we'll be looking at KPIs. So please ensure to sign your attendance now. If your attendance is missing, even if you make payment once, we won't be able to process your certificates. Our requirement is 100% attendance. Okay. So please, I've just shared the attendance. Kindly take your attendance, and then we'll be meeting by 2 or by 3:30 rather. We'll be meeting by 3:30. Okay, this is 2 minutes to 2, and we don't want to drag it beyond 2. So we are meeting by 3:30. When we'll come back by 3:30, we'll be looking at setting goals, mastering the art of goal setting. And then we're looking at developing KPIs. We've learned 2 important things in this morning section. We had the overview of strategy planning, and then we looked at developing a strategy plan using gap analysis. So by the time we return by 3:30, we'll be looking at setting goals, and then we'll be looking at developing KPI, key performance index. How do you know that you are really achieving? If you want to make a payment for the certificate, I'm going to show the slide again. In case you are interested in certificate, please note certificate is only available upon request. We are not doing this program because of how much we want to make. So let me establish that. If we want to charge you, we'll charge you. We are not doing this because of how much we want to make. We're only doing this as a way of helping organizations and also helping our members. Okay. So if you are interested in the certificate, please, on the screen, the information you need. If you're an IPM member, your fee is 7.5. Please note, we're only having between now and next week Friday, between now and 30th of January, to prepare all the certificates. We will not attend to any certificate matter after Friday. So please, the earlier the better. Certificates are only soft copies. Materials are only soft copies, right? Okay, so if you're a member, 7,500 or $20. If you're non-member, 10,000 naira. Okay, all right. So 3:30 we'll meet again. All right, 3:30, we meet again. If you've not presented, please look forward to 3:30. If your system is down, please try and charge it before 3:30. If you are in the YouTube environment, please endeavor to take your attendance. So far, so good. We are only seeing one person attending on YouTube. Let me review the. So in case somebody comes to tell us that he was on YouTube, we can find out where and when. We only have one person watching, and I'm sure that one person is me. Yeah. So we only have one person, and then 5 people that gave like. So we are not there in attendance. All right, so this is a minute after 1. Thank you. Go and have your rest. We'll meet, sorry, a minute after 2, right? Go and have your rest. We'll meet by 3:30. 3:30 West African time. If you're in Nigeria, 3:30 prompt. If you're in Ghana, that's 2:30. If you're outside of Nigeria or Ghana, please kindly find your time. I know some people joined us from India. Some people joined us from Canada. We may not know what the time difference is. Please kindly find your time and join us back by then. Thank you so much, and do have a wonderful afternoon.